Chatterino, where are you? Chatterino. Chatterino. It's my stream. Perfect. What else do we need? Hang out till we get in the directory. I also want to get that video opened up so we can watch it later, because I want to check out I want to check it out. I want to see what their kits are all about. We are not there yet. We will be soon though, guys. Hold on. Pause. Got messages. Um, oh, am I showing up yet? Not yet. Let's see. Are we in here yet? Let's see. Are we showing up now? Let's see what's going on, guys. We're still not showing up yet. We're just gonna hang out for a minute. We're on. We're live. We're just not in the directory. It usually takes about 5 minutes. So we'll hang out. Hey Ashanti, welcome in. Yeah, we're trying to do some stuff. Can you hear me? We can hear you. We're not muted, so it's all good. I'm not saying things I'm scared for you guys to hear. I usually try to mute my mic when I gotta take a phone call or something like that. No, we're home early, so I figured we'd turn our eyeballs on for a little while. It's been a yucky day today, and it was I had to do some home stuff with appointments, so we're home early. So I'm thinking we're gonna go check out the Immortal weapon team. I saw that they had put out the early blog from the Envoys, so I wanted to kind of look at that. I also kind of want to look at my Crucible defense because my Crucible's all fucked up right now. We need to put some time into it. Right now, my Crucible defense looks like this. It's looking a little empty. I haven't decided what I'm doing yet. Because you were the one that King Shades helped you, right? Like, weren't you two doing it Saturday night, I think? I just haven't liked anything I've done. And we still have, like, the attacks we did and what we had for while it's still here. So, I didn't like, yeah, you versus Jinx. I watched you guys, you versus Jinx, and I didn't hate his defense, but I didn't like it either, right? But I hated my defense, so I copied it. I stole it. I did the same shit you did. I was like, let's play it. Let's see what happens. And I really didn't like how it played because we ran into this thing and I did it against Jayhawk. I had that defense. Got mirrored. Great. This got me the win, by the way. He took full F4 in here and lost to a super scroll, and this is the reason I won the match. No, I'm not in a Discord call. I was talking to myself, which I probably shouldn't have been, but oh yeah, we can talk about it if you want to. You can let's see. I think there's a channel in here. Yeah, we can use this one. I think this has a Discord. Join that one. We'll come hang out in here. I'm still working on setting this one up, so eventually this will be a real Discord. We're just not there yet. So yeah, I'd love to hear what you have to say about it. I was not impressed by it. It's not my cup of tea, and there's a couple rooms that were not my cup of tea, specifically like Night Stalkers. Invalid link. Oh no. Well, this is why I'm not a streamer. Let's see if I can make a new one. Invite people. I'll have to figure out how to make it a permanent leak. Oh, it expires in 7 days. Okay, so yeah, I got to work on that. Try that one. I'll have to figure out how to make it a permanent link instead of it being a temporary link. Because I clearly did something wrong. We'll figure out how loud you are and things. You're muted. Let's see. Hey, welcome in. Welcome, welcome. So, what did you think of that defense? Did you run it again the second day? Okay, hold on. I'll fix it. I bet I know what I did. Hello, hello. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? My sound devices got unplugged and things go to weird things. No, I copied the one you were using, not Jinx's defense. Lala's defense, I believe. No, that's fair. I was curious if you kept it or not. And Jinx was he was or she was loaded. She was super loaded. Like, and I don't like I like kind of playing like more like how Jinx plays, which I mean she doesn't always win. I know that. Um, but that tends to be how I tend to rotate my stuff. But what I don't like about like this kind of defense is like I like this room. This room was pretty good. You know, it puts up enough of a fight and it's not like over the top. I hate rooms like this where it's just throw your whatever at it, whatever's left. It's a little bit of an efficiency suck, but not really. This room's okay. I mean, it didn't do great, but it took a Blastar team into there, so it's not the worst. This just took Immortal. Like, you know, it's like, where do you want to throw your Immortal? Oh, you can throw it at this Night Stalker team. And I don't like that this got accursed. I mean, in the end, that's what it came down to. I'm not sure. What I'm kind of thinking about right now that I kind of want to think about is like I kind of want to put Xavier on offense because I think this team, this is what made me change everything I was doing from the beginning. This team I had no answer to in round one. Okay. Yep. Okay. I wonder, can the stream hear you? I'm not sure if they hear us. Can the stream hear you? I'm not sure if they hear us. Can the stream hear you? I'm not sure if they hear us. Can the stream hear? No, they cannot. Let me see what I can do about that. Hold on just a second. Cap. So I need to probably capture audio somewhere. I've never done this. I had one muted. Wonder if that works. Muted. Wonder if that works. Muted. Wonder if that works.
Test.
Muted. Wonder if that works.
Test.
Muted. Wonder if that works.
Test.
Muted. Wonder if that works.
Yeah, it works.
Muted. Yeah, I need to get rid of one of these though.
It works.
Yeah, I need to get rid of one of these though.
It works.
Yeah, I need to get rid of one of these though. Okay. It should stop echoing a second. It'll be fine. It was echoing, but I was trying to figure out which one was the real one, and I had two of them in there. So it should be good now. So, yeah, I'm thinking right now that if this loses to a Cursed, I don't feel good about this room, because this room's really expensive, right? We're using two of our best teams. We're using Mephisto. And if the Curse is the auto answer, then that's not good. It does take a big curse, which, I mean, that's generally what we all see. So, to me, I either want to play Xavier split up to where it still pulls stuff. I think that's more taxing on somebody than trying to get a win, because I don't think we're getting a win. Also, we're kind of at the point where free to play, or not free to play, but light spenders that had a huge surplus of antimatter have daemons. They have big ones now.
Yeah.
And I kind of think if you're running against like big daemons, you kind of almost need darkness available.
That's a good point. Have you seen the last VOD from Dorky? So he faced this defense, and he did.
I didn't watch his video. I saw the title. I'll pull it up though.
So he did something very interesting. He did 3-piece, Fantastic Four, Blastar, and Mephisto into that team. And he almost got it. He almost got it with that.
How's it?
I think only Professor X survived from that.
Okay. Well, let's flip the stream over. We'll let people watch it, because I haven't seen it either.
If not a one-shot, a two-tap. Bear with me.
Because this was kind of something similar to what I was thinking about. I wasn't thinking Blaster, I was thinking Fantastic Four.
I need my Johnny. There's my Johnny. And now I need Blastar. Where's Blastar? He's pretty big because I got ISO 5 on him. There he is. So, what we're doing here is Mephisto gets his speed still. We will be stuck on the enemy Mephisto, but I have Awakened Blaster abilities. No matter what, I need to kill Mephisto here, because that'll make sure I get the 2-tap next time. Okay? But there is an opportunity where maybe Mephisto dies fast enough that I can get over to that Professor X and take him out, and maybe I can clean up then. Because if I can kill that Professor X before he gets a turn, and Blastar and Johnny go, I should be able to take out the Omega Red as well. Because Blastar will be cracked, but we have a lot of ties here. There's a tie.
It's currently a part of it's a calendar on the web store right now.
Their team, their Mephisto, because I have 3 Fantastic Four, their Emma Frost, and their Professor X. I'm turning speed stat off. They're turning speed stat off on non-mythic. So my Mephisto will still get speed stat if he gets certain debuffs, but because he gets the initiative, it's just gonna, okay, this is super complicated. We're just gonna go in here, we're gonna YOLO it, and we're gonna see what happens. And
okay, good. I'm glad it's working.
Somehow we can get this done, because if we can kill that Professor X speed bar gets on the table, and I can make my Blastar go absolutely cracked crazy. It'd be pretty cool. But yeah, I have to kill the Mephisto no matter what, because then I know I can clean this up with Immortal X-Men. That's kind of the most important thing for me. See, he's gonna die. I think I'm gonna go over here now. Because that Mephisto's gonna die to Franklin. Oh, she died. Oh, that's the worst thing in the world that could have happened. Oh, that's actually the worst thing that could have happened.
So his side got speed stat immediately.
That's it. Let's hope we win the coin flip. We get rid of the Mephisto, but now there's no vulnerables.
Yup.
I won the first coin flip. I'm gonna basic because it's gonna give me Bombast. Do I get to go first? I get to go first. I got 4. I have offense.
He sends it. He should send it.
Is it enough? Holy shit! Was it enough? No.
He lived.
Oh no! We were so close. Hit Johnny. Please hit Johnny. no, it did not go
Did he even
down.
need F4
If
though?
Invisible Woman didn't die,
If he just
this was gonna be a
if he just
locked
brought faster
win.
characters, like
Oh,
if he
like
brought
it was so
Damon,
close.
so he took in 3 Fantastic Four. They're faster, but they're not really. Like only 2 of them are faster. Like so, I mean, if you went 3 people that are faster, you'd still be at that same point. The only thing is that they got to do damage, but like if you took Damon and Strange, that's 2 slots. Um, you could take if you wanted to do this blaster thing, but Damon's kind of expensive. I don't know. But F4 was kind of something I was thinking about. Like I thought they had the opportunity, and the big thing F4 does, I guess the big thing F4 is doing is it's stopping Mephisto in power. That's the big one. Yeah, I do. I think so too. Um, yeah, you're stopping the Mephisto empowered, which is really the only thing we can do right now to do that. Which is kind of what makes that room a little bit taxing, because Accursed also just kind of devours it. Like Accursed basically makes Mephisto Pack do nothing, where which is why they're working. Because we've also got this one. Let me flip over. We're loading it. We're loading in right now to what my opponent did to me, which was clean. It didn't even look scary for the most part. They came
Oh,
in
the
and
full curse, right?
full of curse. Like it wasn't like he
Okay.
changed anyone up or anything like that. He came in here, Mephisto Pact got offense down, and Xavier takes his turn. But again, doesn't do a whole lot. Like tickled them. Like I think the only person that kind of got to do something was Fred. But eventually this all gets cleaned up. Like even Satana got smeared with stuff, and she just took it away. It
Yeah.
was all fine. Like it didn't feel like that was like lucky or anything, which is kind of why I think it's a dead room for me. Because it's just there's too many people where I play, or probably where you play, that you just see a cursed on offense like almost always. And if it's the auto answer, then
Yeah.
they just take it.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the problem is really like in top 100, you can't be so fancy. If it's
Like I don't want rooms that have an auto solution. Like I want rooms where you want to take. There's like 3 different teams you want to take. Like that's more my kind of type of rooms. Because if it's an auto solution, they just run it, run in there, and just don't even think about it. I want you to think.
yeah,
Unless there's like a
that's a
room
good
that
point.
you can also put up that's a curse, like needs to go there. Like because this is kind of crazy. I mean, even with Xavier living, like this is still clean enough that if you did wipe, you'd still just come here and clean it up.
So crazy.
It just didn't. They didn't even feel threatened.
No.
So that's kind of why I'm done with the room. So I'm kind of thinking right now. I still think Mephisto in room 6 is bad. Outside of that one room, like he speeds the enemy team up. So I'm kind of leaning back towards a cursed defense. Is kind of what I'm thinking right now. Believe it or not, I still have done very well with this room. There have been things that beat it. I haven't decided on their fifth. That I haven't decided, which is why I kind of threw the 4 piece here. I also really like Halvarine in by himself. I think he's still a pretty dang good character. Um, but I don't know. I don't want to put Odin there because Odin in the cursed mirror is freaking terrible.
Yeah.
Unless I can bait a curse somewhere else, but I don't know that I can put up a team that's scary enough to make the accursed want to do it. Um, I do think that trying to kill a cursed in this room without with the other pieces makes it a little bit tougher, which makes the 5 piece slightly better, but I don't know. It's probably still just a 1 win room in the grand scheme.
I was thinking, like, I'm still debating if I'm keeping the room, but I'm kind of leaning to what you're thinking. Like, the room has solutions. Uh, The old Fantastic Four Professor X Mephisto room is super expensive, but that's something that we have been running, and it always brings trouble. You normally always need to double sack it, and
Yeah,
you don't
that room
have
would
the
give me
per.
trouble.
Yeah, that's a room that I know we have been playing around. There's a specific counter that I was always using into it, but you need to have OG Emma, Emma X Frost. What was it?
It's probably the
Professor
both the
X.
Emmas or Fantastic Four mirror or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. It's no, it's actually both Emmas, Professor X, Black Cat, and I think it was No. Those five. In order to like one tap it, but it's again, it's a lot of coin flip, so not guaranteed.
And the other piece, I'm not sure what I want to do with. I'm not. There's two pieces I'm really not sure what I want to do with. I'm not sure what I want to do with Fantastic Four, and I'm not sure what I want to do with Emma X. I think I want one of them on defense, but I'm not sure which one. Um, because I'm kind of thinking that my goal is probably like to try to Damon kill some one of these X teams if we can, in which you need Emma X to probably do a lot of that, depending on what they put with it.
Yeah,
Because you that otherwise you're dealing with Fantastic Four problems, right?
yeah. Demon Kill is so cool, but hard to pull off a lot of times too.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, DNA's been having pretty good luck with it as we've been watching him do stuff. At least he's been finding a spot almost every Crucible, it seems like, to do something with him. And I just finished unlocking the 2 diamond, so not that far behind. I am thinking I'm probably still keeping room 4 as the Annihilator's 3 piece. I haven't decided what 2 pieces are going in here. Part of me thinks Null should be offense because when I ran really heavy defense, the one problem that I was running into is I couldn't answer Mephisto as cleanly as they could answer Mephisto. And it
Okay.
created a situation that if I couldn't answer Mephisto, I'd take a 2 loss deficit because I had the sack,
Uh-huh.
and they
Yeah.
wouldn't. And it didn't matter that, I sometimes made that deficit up, but it wasn't a guarantee. Like if they were really heavy offense, I was a 2 loss deficit down, and that's probably why I lost. That was my
Yeah.
problem.
That makes sense.
And it really came down to that room 5 I was running. My room 5 just kept getting one shot, and it drove me nuts. I think I was against Hot Sauce I was doing it. This one?
What are you running on round 5?
So room 5 was this. It was Mephisto, Kahori, Quasar, Zombie Jug, and Miss Marvel. And it was a very good room,
Perfect.
but F4 was taking it. And I really didn't have a way to fix that without taking like MX into it, which is what I wanted to do. But um, as we just said, we just really don't have enough speed stat stops to, or like 1 piece speed stat stops to do something about it, right?
Oh.
And F4 wants to go in the Mephisto anyway, so like maybe
Yeah, that's the thing.
Mephisto like has to be a 1 piece. Like he's such a hard character to protect because we don't have things like in War where we have what's the Star Girl. I forget her name. That gives 25% speed bar on defense. We don't have stuff like that in Crucible, so we
Yeah.
don't have ways to make Mephisto like super strong by himself. So he may be an offense piece. We're kind of at that point where if people are running Fantastic Four, they take Mephisto for free, and there's very few rooms that like make him safe enough. Um, I am thinking Starjammers is defense
Yeah,
I
I
think
totally agree with you. I totally agree with you.
because of the one team that King found. That team that came out there is doing quite well, and not everyone knows it yet.
But regardless of that specific team, which is kind of random, and it also takes a lot of efficiency. Uh, it's a counter that I would use if I really have to one-shot it, no matter what. But I would never use it as a like a proper counter. It suck all my efficiency.
Yeah, it's not efficient. But what's nice about it is it
I
means you
think
don't
it's
have to take
super good.
Starjammers into it. So I think it's really good in that regard. Especially if you're Starjammer's defense, like, and you're already like taxing them on the Starjammer's piece side of it. I kind of like that part because like normally if I saw Starjammers, I'm a two tap. I'm like almost always a two tap because
Uh-huh.
I don't want to take Starjammers into it. I don't want to mirror. I probably wanted the Starjammers one of your speed bar rooms, which also means that if we're doing stuff like that and Starjammers is now a defense team, you speed bar the crap out of all these other rooms, and it's probably okay. Maybe, and I don't know. I'm kind of debating. I think I want the three stop rooms, and then we'll do three speed bar rooms of some sort. Is kind of what I'm thinking. I'm kind of thinking Kahori and Miss Marvel are gonna play together. I'm kind of thinking Sus and Helverine play together. Helverine, I'd like it to be a room that Night Stalkers want to play into because Helverine is a immune to rewind character, but it may not be good enough because if he can sit behind the pre-taunt, then Blade's not rewinding him, which is kind of nice.
Yeah.
I don't know. Or put him in a room where there's 10 other things more scary than him. So for me, I think Odin's an offense character. I think that's kind of the determination. I'm also thinking Phoenix Force might be an offense team. I'm gonna be weird, and the reason I'm thinking about that right now is this guy. I versed him a month ago, I'd say, maybe not quite a month ago. And he ran Phoenix Force on offense, and he did very well. He's done very well every time I've seen him. He beat Dante today, and Dante's always done. He always goes at least 2-0, pretty consistently. And he did again, and I don't know what he did. He's usually pretty heavy defense. He only dropped a couple, but we had some people in this Crucible that dropped like crazy, which tells me he's still running pretty heavy defense. He went against Dante. Dante dropped a couple. I don't remember if he dropped before that. Who was the other person he went against? Bob. Bob dropped like crazy. Everybody full cleared, but dropped like crazy. And I think Phoenix Force is unprotectable. Is kind of where I'm at. And when I start looking at like what can Phoenix Force beat, they can beat a lot of things. They just can't beat like the main three, right?
Yeah.
Like I think Phoenix Force
I
can
would,
beat
yeah.
this. I don't think they'd have a problem beating something like the Shadow King team. They could definitely beat something like that. I think they could definitely come up with a team that beats something like this. Probably can beat Night Stalkers in some form. So like I think Phoenix Force can still take like the bottom three teams like pretty consistently and efficiently.
I would like to run the room 6 as it is, but without Mephisto. But then again, I don't know what to put. Like, Mephisto makes it good. Without Mephisto, it's.
I feel
And
like
I
without
talked about.
Mephisto, it's not even the same thing, right? Like he's
Yeah,
the reason that
exactly.
he's the reason it's taxing.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly, exactly. Uh, it won't work the same way.
Like I
And
feel
that
like if
makes
you're
me.
doing an X2 room, you're better off putting like Null there instead of like at least with and it's a different type of room. Like that's why I put X and Null together. They still have the mind controls. I think you're still opening yourself up to Damon. It is what it is. I think if you're doing an X room with this, you have to put Emma here or F4. Your choice. I don't think F4 Null is good. Probably too easily
No.
stopped. But you probably do Emma. In which case you're probably F4 offense, if would be my guess. It's probably F4 offense or because we gotta have a speed stat stop of our own, especially if we're willing to put a cursed and jammers on defense. I gotta have something because vigilante's countered too easy, right? They're just kind of off the table.
Yeah.
I think old Emma is probably a good piece to have on offense because she could be useful for getting some speed down if we had to run into like mummy room or something like that where there's speed stat and where we run the issues is really like F4, but again, Emma F4 is not unreasonable, but they could potentially like do F4. But I think you could do, even if they ran like F4 something like that. I think you can still do like F4 Damon. Just F4 to block the speed, and then Damon, and bring in like, if it's Nightcrawler, you bring in somebody like well, it's not really Room. Maybe that doesn't work. Interesting. Yeah, because you can't really Damon on top of that. There's not enough space without Emma. Awkward.
That's weird. Yeah.
If you ran the F4 APOC, which is not that uncommon of a room. Well, it kind of is now. I haven't seen it, I think, at all this season.
I've seen it only once, and I always debate myself: is really F4 APOC plus Prof X better than
I don't think it's
Nightcrawler?
bad. I mean, the only thing that's bad about it is like there is a Damon comp that probably beats it, but that room is kind of obnoxious. It's not. I don't think the Immortal comp can go into it. It's not the normal team that you want to take in there.
No.
It's kind of good. I think it's still probably one of the better X rooms out there.
I still think you want Professor X in room 6 more than in other ones.
You like Professor X and 6?
Yeah.
And probably if it is Professor X and 6, I think I do like the F4 version better. I think I like F4 way better than I do like Phoenix Force, which would be this guy. Which, I mean, probably I need to put some purple. And the other question that I need to talk about is Purple 4. I haven't decided what I'm doing with that. Like, we have a lot of it, and I think that some of these characters need upgraded.
You haven't upgraded none of them?
0.
0? Oh, I only have Invisible Woman currently, and yeah, Purple 5.
And I think APOC's better than Nightcrawler. I'm pretty
Last
certain
season,
I'm pretty certain it's
yeah,
this version.
with Nightcrawler.
No, I think no Nightcrawler. I think Nightcrawler's worse because Nightcrawler we just turn off dodges with Medusa or something along that lines, and he's got less HP. These two, APOC gives HP to everybody. I think APOC's better because I think that what this team's most open to right now is like Emma and Emma Damon comp is probably how you try to beat it, right?
Yeah.
It's either like an Emma
So
Damon comp or a Revive comp, something along that lines. It's still an awkward speed to deal with for most things, so that's the good news. And I'm not against putting like putting purple ISO on X, Invisible Woman, and Franklin. To be honest, the problem is I still move their ISOs like crazy.
yeah, I am doing the same thing. And I think my Invisible Woman is Purple 5 only on, yeah, only on Raider.
Let's see, and I'd probably do purple 5 Striker on her because I tend to Striker more than I do Raider to protect X.
Yeah, it was hard to debate. The strike is good, of course.
So yeah, I definitely don't hate that comp at all. It also opens null up. You don't feel like you have to put null on defense at that point, which is kind of nice. Because the only other comp I was really considering for X was null, like a null comp with Emma, and I really like both those pieces on offense right now. I will
So
say
I'm
I
thinking if we, because that's the other thing.
go ahead, Shanti.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you now. You like were about to talk and you just disappeared.
Oh, okay. That's maybe my connection lost. What I'm saying is, I think Star Jamison 1 is way better than in other rooms.
I agree.
And I don't know how this brew that King Sheep made of would work in one with the amount of assistance that Star Gems receive.
I think it's
Not
still
sure.
fine because it's still
Yeah, you
three
think it's
tanks
still
they go
fine?
through. I think there's enough absorption from damage. It might test the size of the tanks, but I think it's fine
Okay.
because three of the turns are going to be straight into tanks. Like they have no option to do anything other than that. They're going to hit Mummy, they're going to hit Shaw, they're going to hit Mummy some more, and then there might be a couple turns where they can hit other people. I'm not sure. That is an interesting conversation piece. It might be that they're protected there, and that's an awesome problem. It also, with them
Because
being
I did it in
striker,
three. It was in three, and so of course I didn't have the assistance. Like the Star Jammers weren't assisting, so that was definitely a benefit for me. Uh, and probably Mummy would have died way more earlier with all the assistance of Star Jammers. And I don't know if Sebastian Shaw would have take all the. Well, I had Dormammu in. I don't know. It's just yeah, just a thought.
well, yeah, and
Definitely.
even if Odin
Other
died, he
things.
would have came back. So I think there was a good chance that you still made it to your turn. I think there was enough hits there that you were probably for fine. But it does make it interesting. I do think it kind of helps protect Starjammers from like the two tap, where somebody comes in, sacks all their abilities, and then tries to clean it up with Vigilante, which is also
Uh-huh.
good.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is amazing for them.
Is a curse decent in one, where there's just not a lot of debuffs? They're not getting double stacked on stuff. I guess they're getting double stacked on bleeds, which is kind of bad. That's not good. Are they good here? They just turn all this off. Hmm. This applies bleed on hit. I guess if I was gonna put a curse on defense and we're presuming these are the rooms we're using, what about a curse with revives? Curse can permakill. A curse with revives seems not the worst. They'd
A
have to
person
deal with it.
four.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. A curse is kind of bad in 5 and kind of bad in 2 because they're just taking extra damage. They go second, right?
Yeah.
They're just smearing bleeds. A cursed in 3 is whatever. It's nothing special. Like they don't get no one gets defense up, but you do get the flex. Now, a cursed with I still don't think a cursed 4-piece is better than my. The only reason a cursed 4-piece even worked at all when I was doing that was because of room 6 and Mephisto not existing. I guess the problem is people want to put Mephisto into a cursed in 4, but then they're not using Mephisto into Phoenix Force. Does that open up Phoenix Force a little bit better for 5 or one of these other rooms? I still kind of like the idea of Phoenix Force offense. I mean, I've been killing Phoenix
Yeah.
Force without Mephisto pretty routinely. I think I did it
Yeah,
here.
yeah. I did in last room too. Like Blaster is now the Phoenix Force
Yeah, he's the
killer.
guy.
Yeah.
And, he did it with Mephisto speed up. Yo-Yo probably did 0. Like, he took all of it in there. And he did into that room. I did less. What did I do? There's mine. Mine wasn't clean, but it got it done.
But
It was just
that's
Kahori speed up.
ah okay, yeah, that's better. I faced Phoenix Force, Storm, Quasar, and Yo-Yo, and I went in with Kahori, Iron Patriot. Big Time Spider-Man, APOC, and Blastar, and I cleared it. It wasn't super clean, but still it was good enough.
So I didn't use Blastar here. Where did I use my Blast? Oh, here we did this. Yeah, I used 3 speed up characters here. That's been like my MO is like 3 speed up characters, Old Man Logan, blast off of like the world.
Did you bought the Awaken ability from Blastar?
I did.
Okay, the basic one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did the
So
same.
I end up with where I usually end up in a position where I have 4 bomb blasts like consistently.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't see my Blastar here. Oh, there he is. Oh, this is the one where I just struggled like super bad. I tried to do multiple things. I tried the Cabal Blastar this and just ignore the fact that they didn't have vulnerables, and I got annihilated. Cause Super Scroll, I just like, oh, whatever, we're just gonna blast arm anyways. It's fine. Because I was out of stuff to use. And then I tried to do a Damon comp and didn't really check speeds and still lost. And then came in here with this. It didn't matter. I couldn't clear. I had already lost room 6 at that point. I was like, we're just trying to win. Trying to get the rooms cleared.
That's fine.
And then this one was when I came in with the 3 speed up characters and Old Man Logan, and they had just enough not like abilities or buffs on them that they were fine, and it was pretty clean. But even with like darkness on Blastar, it was fine. Like I should have tried to protect Blastar from darkness, but I really didn't. It just kind of sent it. If a curse is here, Mephisto's not in there. I just don't think that I don't think we worry about Mephisto. Like he's just a character I just don't worry about because he's not hard. He's too hard to protect against, and he still likes eating Phoenix Force, which is fine. I'm also just kind of thinking I don't want Phoenix Force on defense. I don't like the situation that it creates because like I think Jayhawk did it and ate Phoenix Force for basically free or whatever this is. I mean, it's like 3 turns. I think mine was like 3 turns too. And so it's super hyper efficient. But I mean, I guess he's going to be hyper efficient somewhere. I don't know.
It's hard because you need, if you're taking out Phoenix Force, I think you need to put something
Yeah, you got to have
realistic.
something realistic on defense that's can get a
Yeah,
win.
yeah.
Which I think Songbird can be a defense character pretty easy. I don't know what it's going to be yet. Like I'd hardly use this character. Um,
Really? Oh
yeah,
man,
I don't use
I
her
did.
like hardly at all. She's nice in the accursed matchup, but that's probably like the only place I really use her.
Yeah,
Um,
that,
if I gain somebody from the accursed matchup, like the biggest thing I need from the accursed matchup is like, honestly, I prefer Invisible Woman over her. Which I guess maybe if I don't have Invisible Woman, I kind of want her a little bit, a little bit. I guess probably the answer is if I pull a curse to like 3, or instead of putting them in 4, it creates a situation where they can't Mephisto 4 and Mephisto 3, which is kind of nice. And I really don't think I need a curse. Like, I generally am perfectly fine not having this team available. There's very few matchups where it feels like I need this team to win. I guess my problem would be if I run this F4 team, because I'm not sure on this team still. I may need a curse then.
yeah, I use a cursed leader a lot, like a lot, a lot.
I tried to accursed leader last, I think it was this round, and it went horrible. Was it
Oh,
here?
it wasn't against APOC. I think I did it against
It
the
was
next
this
one.
room. I tried to accursed leader here, and we went against Xavier and the Darkness and Odin and whatnot. And Xavier just full healed it after Halvarine took his turn. It was ugly.
Oh no, that's way different. Yeah.
Yeah, this was super ugly.
My opponent did in the first round, I think it was, oh, yeah, that was the only one I couldn't full clear, but I think it was definitely my fault. What was it?
So we had Darkness on Helverine, so he was already down in damage, because I probably could have fixed that if I would have fixed ISOs at the right time. I probably could have gotten it on Hood. So that's probably my fault. I didn't even think about it. I need to be better about that.
Yeah, there we go. My opponent it was against Comandante Arce, and he went 3-piece Fantastic Four, Professor X, and Odin in 6. So I went in with a sack. Then I tried a cursed leader, and it was too late.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't able to clear it with a cursed leader, and then I went in again with Immortal X, and they weren't able to clean it up. So yeah, Odin survived, and he was like just swiping, and I lost, so I wasn't able to full clear that room.
So this was in a situation where the Null still got to go. Like Null still took his turn. So the darkness really didn't really play into what happened. I don't think this was winnable at all. This was just a bad matchup for me. Interesting. Helverine just didn't have the damage to get it done. That is another team I'm thinking Purple 4 might be really good on if we have excess now, which I think we're getting close to, especially with these alliance leaderboards that are going to pay out. That might be a team that just needs Purple 4. They're so much better with more stats.
Yeah.
Man, you could really bait the Mephisto in this room if you only put 4 characters. Like, they're almost guaranteed to put it in there. The question is that worth it? And I'm not sure. Is there a character, like, if they bring Mephisto in, is there a character that you can elevate this team with that's better? No. I don't think that's better, but I don't know.
Huh.
So they bring Mephisto. They also have to deal with Speed Bar. What happens if you put Emma in here? How do you deal with that? I'm just asking questions, by the way. You don't have to answer them.
No, I don't have any idea, so I'm not answering.
So, like, if it was a situation like that, Mephisto's still very good, right? Mephisto comes in, he takes half the health bar away from Jug. They still have to deal with Speed Bar, so there's one character slot gone. We'll call it Britain. Um, we'll just call it Britain. They also have to deal with the Emma because now they're most likely slower than all my characters. Because what Satana's 125 with 10%, another 12, another 12 and a half, which takes her up to 137, which is faster than most natural characters. If you're dealing with 122, or I believe he's 122 Azazel, because we'll just say they block the speed bar. 122 plus 12, that's another one, that puts them at 134, tied with Damon. It's kind of obnoxious. Then they have to bring APOC, and then they have 3 characters to deal with the rest. But they have Mephisto.
So what if they do? No, it won't work. Like APOC, Damon, Strange. No, they're too thick, I think.
I think they're too thick for that because no one dies. Everyone's new stat health. Everyone's pretty thick. And I don't think Blade. I mean, maybe Blade and Oath can get it done, but that feels sketchy. Fantastic Four.
Yeah, Invisible One. Only 2-piece. 2-piece. Franklin, Invisible
Franklin,
Woman.
Invisible Woman. 2 big ults into maybe a third, maybe like a Songbird.
Yeah, Songbird, Blade, and
They
Mephisto.
kill one person. And killing one person isn't that amazing either. By the way, killing one person still means that this guy can take his turn. he still ults. He doesn't care if people die. Because he already got his energy from just on spawn, right? He's still on ult. Hood cares. Hood, and a lot of things happen because of that, but Hood already kind of did his thing too because you're not bringing any of those effects in. You can get speed bar and speed stat, but they don't really exist if you bring something like that, right? I think it's interesting. I might try it, to be honest. I lose my Emma, which kind of is bad. I like that I pull Mephisto. And maybe they don't bring Mephisto. I don't know. It feels like you bring Mephisto, though. And I love that you don't bring Mephisto into here. Now you're bringing, like, Black Cat or something. And
But
in which case,
what if they put like just full curse into that?
they probably win. I almost
Yeah,
guarantee they win.
yeah,
Emma's
yeah.
blocked by a cursed. She does put slow out, but I think they're immune to slow, right? She puts it out late, which I think means it just doesn't happen. Emma's like 110 or something like that. She's low.
Yeah, she's low.
111. Helverine ability blocks the world. You're down a character. Their side can get defense up. We cannot because we are missing Helverine, right? Or he blocks some enemies cannot gain defense up and death proof. But I'm missing this. Their Helverine's gonna do all this stuff, which is bad.
Yeah, once Wolverine goes, then you're dead.
But am I upset if a curse goes to a curse? That's my question. Like, I don't think
It's
I
it's
am.
it's horrible. I never want to go into the mirror. If it's fully cursed against fully cursed, it's horrible. It's a coin flip. If your Satana goes first, then you're wrecked because basically Satana heals the whole team again back, and then you're like just losing. Like
Like, I
you
still think there's a
literally,
chance they can lose because we still are in this coin flip situation. They didn't solve any coin flip, right? They still are in the Satanic coin flip. We are in a disadvantage for the coin flips because Azazel and Helverine are tied, right? In the mirror match. We only have Azazel, we don't have Helverine, so they get 2 chances to win, we get 1 chance to win. But I don't know, and I have seen this team win enough to win that. They can be rewound at that point too, so Azazel still can create the situation where they just get speed barred slowed way too much on a certain character. I think what I like most about it is I just like the potential to pull Mephisto. I like that we're taxing a cursed, because that means a cursed is not going here, right? They're not taking the super free matchup.
can we just test this in a challenge or something like that?
They're not. You're not gonna have Crucible rules, I don't believe.
No, yeah, I know, but well, it's still coin flips, right? It's still the same.
Yeah, you're still gonna have coin flips. Like it's all gonna be coin flips, and you won't be able to test it because Azazel doesn't function that way. You'll end up with him
Oh,
having
right,
speed
right.
bar.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
It's still gonna be coin flips. I don't know. I kind of like it. I kind of like it because it kind of helps prevent against the and like if they really want this, like leader of curse probably just auto wins this, like just extra HP.
Yeah, and you're losing. So if you can make up a room, a really good room with Wolverine, then I think it's worth. But if not, you're basically losing Emma in a wrong spot and Wolverine in a wrong spot.
Yeah, I probably the answer is the curse is too much with F4 on defense, and I'm leaning towards F4 offense. Is kind of where I'm at right now. I kind of feel like they answer a lot of questions right now.
Yeah, they solve a lot of questions.
If I didn't have F4 and I don't have, is losing F4 bad? Like, I guess that's my kind of where I'm stuck to right now. Like, I don't think losing a curse is bad. Like, I can totally kill their curse in one shot, especially if I keep Songbird. I have to keep Songbird. I have to keep Shadow King. I have to keep Britain. Those are all fine characters to keep. The only time I have an issue is if they um, do. It's like Mephisto plus a cursed is a problem. But if we keep null, we're in a situation where we can deal with that. Hey, King Sheets, what's going on? We are having fun today.
Now that you're here, we were talking earlier regarding this Odin comp that you came up against. What? You're here, man. Stop trolling.
There, I don't got any mods, okay? I didn't even have the chat open when we were talking.
So if Starjammer System 1, do you think that this Odin comp that you came up would still work so pretty good with all the assisting? Because we did it in 3, and that's, of course, it was easier. Still, no, about the other side around. I'm not following what King says.
I don't know what he's saying either. What Ashanti's trying to ask though was, and I think the answer is it can, but he's, that awesome counter you guys came up with on Saturday. Um, Reverse it like you used it Saturday, where if somebody tried to come in and kill Starjammers, would they win in the assist room? Because there's so many more assists, do we think that they would beat out the taunts or kill the taunts and get the Odin? I think the Odin would still get his turn. I'm pretty sure.
So,
Yeah, I don't want it on the defense side. I was more
no,
thinking if
no,
someone tried to do it on the offense side.
yeah. So, yeah, how's it working, Justin? I think so. Havoc is going to ult, right? And that's singular target.
Yep.
And then we get ult from Raccoon,
Yep.
and that's singular target.
But it's going to call in
So
5 assists, so they're going to kill somebody on that turn. They're going to kill
exactly.
kill. They're going to kill your 2 tanks.
And the only way that
But
Odin
you
is
can deal
going
with
to,
that. Like if somebody did this, you just bring Echo. Like you just bring Echo along and you're fine. It's gonna get you at least far enough into it that you'll be fine, and you only got to live long enough to get to your turn.
uh-huh.
Because you get through like 2 rounds of assists, like you'll be fine. Yeah, you just bring Echo, you're fine. Yep, what King's saying too. Echo Dorm, you win.
Okay.
Because Echo will die on Lilandra's turn, or Rocket's turn, or sorry, Duck's turn. Either one of those, but it doesn't matter because she'll revive and then she'll do it again. So overall, you end up being fine. So I really like that, and I still really like having the option from that team. Yeah, Odin takes it right after Groot. You should be more than fine. Like you should have enough live time going on that you should get the Odin special easy. What I don't like about, I still don't like Room 6, but it might be our option. I do like Null. I do like having Emma X. I don't know what to do with 5. I hate 5, but I don't know what to do with 4 right now because I kind of want Null. These two could come play over here, by the way. Like, there's no reason that they couldn't. Hellring can't be rewound. Sus does sus things. I mean, they could come over there.
King, what do you think about room three? What do you think about the room three that Justin pulled off right now? Accursed, OG Emma,
Trying to be
Paladin
Mephisto
reinforced with
bait.
Hazel. Oh, that's good. If you need to do the math, then that's already a win for for Justin,
Uh,
I think.
Honestly, that's kind of is a win in my book because I like making people think. That's just how I roll. Um,
Yeah,
I
because
don't want a simple solution.
not everyone has the calculator that King has. I don't think that he has heard, so that's super cool, actually.
And I do think the accursed mirror just eats it. Like I think if you just take a cursed here, and I'm perfect. I think I'm okay with a cursed eating a cursed. Like a cursed eating a cursed just seems reasonable.
Yeah, that's a win for sure. Like, you- I think that's good.
I think so too, especially if I'm keeping all the pieces to beat their accursed. If we ran the opposite direction and they were a cursed defense also, like I feel pretty good about that. And we're kind of trying to block out most of the non-accursed wins, which I mean helps a little bit. No, you're good. Oh, you're watching the. Oh, okay.
What? I didn't know that. Didn't know that
Yeah, they can
Ashanti can
replace someone
do.
with Nightcrawler or APOC or something like that. They can absolutely do that. And I don't know, you still end up in the mirror match, which is not great. It is what it is. And they probably can just take, and they might be able to get away with it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's Jover if they bring one person in, which is kind of was the whole idea. Like it's still a four piece, so you're instantly like enticed to bring Mephisto in, but you're also having to deal with Emma. So now you're down to three character slots that you're kind of locked into. If you bring APOC or you bring Nightcrawler or you bring your own Emma, whatever it might be. Um, I just thought that the locking you to three slots and then having to deal with the speeds bar also locks you kind of to limited DPS. I think I like it. Um, what do I want to do about this room? So I think things that are off limits right now that I'm considering is I think Songbird's off limits. I think Null's off limits. Shadow King's maybe off limits, not 100%. So, hmm. And I'm not sure that if Kestrel sees play. She's kind of an interesting wild card right now. I don't. So we were talking about that earlier. I'm not a fan of the Mephisto Null Phoenix Force comp because this happened. Like they just take this in there. I mean, I could totally do that, create that a curse problem. Maybe this room's a lot better when you have that problem in there too. So I don't know. Yeah, this worked very clean for him too. Like it wasn't even bad. So seeing somebody do this, and I think there's other solutions to this room besides this. Like an X comp or a Fantastic Four. The big thing is I want to be able to deal with this comp when we're done, and I want to be able to um, and that might mean I need a cursed. I don't know. Yeah, when he did this fight, it looked like he didn't even have like the best results, and he did well. There's rocking and rolling. Here comes Fred. You did it on your ult and failed. Interesting. So maybe this guy did get lucky. Just keep watching. Maybe it was the amount of Azazel hits or something. I guess Helverine's like super low right now. Fred died, but Helverine had no chance of dying there. Helverine could have died there. Helverine did die there. And everybody just kind of got murdered. Yeah, they didn't target Satana like at all. So would you have your Satana die super early or something? Ah, okay. So it is a little bit of a risky matchup. Interesting. Yeah, it's a prayer if you don't have everything, which I haven't decided how to deal with that completely. I think I think X might be able to deal with it on offense, and which I was kind of leaning towards X on offense. I'm just not sure. Like, I really don't want to put Jammers, Accursed, and F4 on defense, but I also want to have something on defense that's decent. For sure. Yeah, they all seem to be liking that comp. Which I mean, it did well for me. Everybody else that did this, so this guy knew what to do against it. This guy did the same thing I tried to do, which was sack Immortal, which didn't work. I did the same thing that's when I picked up the comp. It was sack Immortal, same thing. It was the exact same results. It went really horrible. So I'm just not sure what I. Yeah, 6 messes with IMX quite a bit. I'm actually kind of thinking, I'm debating right now, is Phoenix Force offense this week. Because this guy, and I'm certain he's still doing it, this guy here has gone 3-0 every time I've seen him. And he runs Phoenix Force offense, and it seems like it does really well. He beat Dante this week and from Troopers, and I found it very interesting. And he had very wild defenses when I versed him. I'd say maybe 3 weeks, 4 weeks since I versed him, and he kicked my butt. He had a very strong defense while still having a pretty tough offense, and he had Phoenix Force offense. And I was like, huh. Yeah, I wish I had his matches. They were a while ago. I think we were still in the old season when he did that, but I bet he's still doing it. Yeah, he's a good player. He did really well. And he went 3-0 again, and Dante's a good player. Like, he smushed everybody. And everybody in this group dropped. Like, he dropped, but he didn't drop a ton. And everybody in this group dropped. Like crazy. So I'm certain he got wins. Oh, here's Cookies. Cookies probably could find out what his defense is. Oh, we were just talking about this guy. You're welcome to. I'm just curious what he's doing. I'm guessing he's still running Phoenix Force on offense when I versed him last time. I'm just curious because this guy had a really unique defense last time I versed him, and I'm just curious on what he did. I'm betting he's Phoenix Force offense, and I'm betting he's got a wild looking defense compared to what we mostly been seeing. Which is kind of what I was thinking about. I was kind of thinking Phoenix Force offense, which is going to open up some opportunities and something along that lines. I'm just not sure how I deal with that specific room over there. Like, if we have null available, can we null Damon kill over there with Phoenix Force? Tell me summoned by King. I'm sure Dante will give it to us. I'm just curious. Like, that guy had always had a cool defense. But like, if I want to beat, like, I want to beat this stupid this room without using a cursed, ideally, a cursed or something else that's like super risky. The which is this room. Yeah, I like people that do their own strategy and have a cool room. Like, I'm all for it. And I thought it was super cool when I versed him. Like, it was definitely up there. He was probably one of the guys that made me think the most about trying to beat him, and he kicked my butt. I was like, he deserved that win. That was how I felt by the end of it. So if there's null here, Mephisto's turned off. We're 127 speed. Um, there's no speed bar from Fred because X is blocking it all. What comes to my mind is I feel like you probably beat it with. I feel like you probably beat this with Damon. Is kind of what comes to my mind, and I don't know if it works. Grab Damon, grab Strange. Grab. You have to bring Null. Um, and I'm not sure who the other two would be. A fast stun. Do they have a fast way to get out? Not really. They don't have a fast way to get out. Emma's on special, so maybe a black cat. Maybe. Does Emma help this matchup? If this girl wasn't over here, is this matchup really easy to win at that point? Yeah, Emma OG might be very important for the 6 matchup. Makes a curse faster. Or at least makes. So here's the thought, Professor. Right now, a cursed 4-piece is not great, but it's not bad. What a cursed 4-piece is bad at right now is if they lose one member, they fall apart, which really entices the Mephisto into them. But when you have also speed bar you have to deal with, now you have to bring in like a character like Britain or something like that. So no Helverine is the reason behind no Helverine is these 3 characters are not replaceable. You have to bring Jug, you have to bring Satana, you have to bring Hood. The only option you have to replace is Azazel, but Azazel is speed bar, and Azazel now puts your speed bar at 129, or they have to stop it. But you're stopping all their speed stats, so it limits who they can bring. But then you're also bringing the speed slowdown too. So now there's very limited on who they can bring into this matchup. So it really entices like the Mephisto or the Mirror, which is what I'm trying to do with it. Because Mephisto goes and loves playing with Blastar, which kind of limits that matchup a little bit, which is great. It also kind of encourages players that have an experiment to experiment, which also could make them screw up. We're in Masters 3. I think we're just outside Grandmaster. Yeah, we're just outside Grandmaster. We're at 2040. We're 140 right now. So we're trying to get back in the top 100. We've done okay this league. I've mostly gone 2-1. I haven't quite figured out my strategy that I'm happy with. So we're back to the drawing board. I think I ran a different defense every day this week. So yeah. So I'm kind of thinking something like this. These 3 are great. Null turns this guy off. The bad part is we're gonna get blasted somewhere, but I don't think Mephisto kills anybody. Welcome in, Berserker. Something like this. possibly could beat 6. What about Brimstone, APOC, Captain Britain? Brimstone, APOC. So APOC would give us 20% more damage. Captain Britain. What is Captain Britain doing for us? We don't need speed bar stop at all, right? Oh, stops the. It only stops it on Illuminati, though. It doesn't stop the whole team, right? Yeah, he know. Oh, are you talking about the? Are you talking about the accursed matchup, King? I'm sorry, I'm not on the same page. Maybe we were thinking about two different teams. I was thinking about this, and I think you're thinking about this. You're talking about 6. Oh, a defense room for 5. Ah, no, this isn't. So this isn't me talking about defense room for 5. My room in 5 right now is talking about how to beat 6. Is kind of what I was thinking about. I apologize. Oh, I was thinking about how we can beat 6 because I don't want to put F4 out.
Justin is playing mind games with you, King.
Oh, what do I think of it? I don't hate it. Especially with diamonds on Damon. Damon and stopping speed stat and speed bar kind of limits who you can take in, and I like that. I was super confused on what you were trying to, because it was close enough to this room that I thought maybe you were trying to use Captain Britain into Xavier, and I was like, what? How are you doing that?
Last season I was running a lot. Three-piece Fantastic Four with Maffy and Captain Britain. It was in room 6.
So you were doing F4 OGMM in your own X.
No, no,
That
no.
makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so it was three-piece. Yeah, it was actually it was Human Torch. Human Torch. Yeah, Franklin and Invisible Woman with Maffy and Captain Britain.
I wonder if something like this could beat this room. Two characters that are faster than Xavier. There's no pre-taunt, right? Oh no, Mephisto gets pre-taunted. Oh, interesting. That's awkward. How do you deal with the pre-taunt? He'd have no safeguard. You brought Lily to stop Mephisto. Oh, because he's Cosmic Protector. Makes sense. I could see Lily being there. So if a Songbird was a curse, that's a problem because we don't want. Now, Songbird would solve our problem, but she may be needed for the accursed matchup, which is kind of ugly. Is there another character that can get you off the pre-taunt easily? I mean, the guy that comes to mind at 129 is still pretty good. That guy gets you off the pre-taunt. Do I think that could win?
Yeah, I was going to say, does BTS flip the taunt?
Yeah, BTS would get you off, especially since there's no pact. What do we got? Black Cat's 129 tied with BTS. Isn't that a problem? I think that's a problem.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Oh, she's 132. That's not even close to being a solution. Doesn't work. Black Cat's 132. I don't think Fred or anyone gives safeguard to him. I'm pretty sure. Let me look. I think it's just taunt. Yeah, it's just taunt. He gives safeguard to Phoenix. There's just taunt on Mephisto, and we can double check, right? Oh no, Curse stops all that crap. The Cursed and Immortal all stop that stuff. Is there a better way to deal with Xavier than this? That's fast enough. I mean, it's Havoc Lilandra is the answer, but I don't want to use those characters. Is there another character that's reasonable? Invisible Woman also does really well.
What about Patriot? But I don't know.
Stormsuit kind of comes to my head right now, but I think she requires her friends. I think she requires friends. Because I think we're going to see this room more next week. I think that as people start to discover it, they're going to think it's like the most fabulous room ever. So I kind of want to have a less than expensive option to beat it if I can. If it exists. I don't know what it does. Requires friends. Or just Phoenix. Yeah, he gives it just the Phoenix. So this guy's not the solution. She could be the solution, but she's kind of fast. She might be too fast. Null gives trauma, which can protect us there. Null does not get speed stat because of Emma, which is our problem. He's 127, so Emma's still alive. So that doesn't quite solve our problem there as far as trauma goes. Invisible Woman might be super important. It might be the character that is most required. But there are F4 teams I like running without Invisible Woman, so I'm not against using her in this matchup. I could totally get behind running a comp like this. Invisible Woman, the specials, and then we just have to get off. So we need a character that can go 130. Is there a character that can get us off at 130? Does Black Widow get us off on the basic? I'm going to ask a dumb question. Does she? Because doesn't she clear? Am I dumb? No, she copies. Oh, she copies and clears. Oh, except taunt. Frick. Crap. I was on it. Dang it. Oh,
Almost.
I was close there.
Excluding Taunt. Sad.
I was freaking there, man.
That would be super cheap.
I would have been super chief. Would have been all over that.
Black Widow.
130 is an awkward speed to have to get ahead of.
Yeah, that's super.
I don't even know
And
who's.
Kahori doesn't take the Taunt out?
She does, but she does. She gets stopped by Xavier.
Oh, yeah, right.
I'm gonna go into speed tables right now. I'm looking to see if there's anybody that meets that mark. Just one off the taunt. I mean, there's the topic that, do you pull one member out of the Starjammer team and just leave them in 6 for people that have to deal with that problem? It's not the most unreasonable thing, especially if you're leaving all the speed problems there.
What about Blaster?
Blaster would. Blaster would do it, but it wouldn't be. You wouldn't. Your first character's turn is Daemon. Daemon would get you off because Blaster assist. Yes, it would work. And then you could Invisible Woman stun X, which is not unreasonable.
Oh, Damon Strange, Blaster, Black Cat, and who else?
Yeah, if that was Blaster, that might just work. And being completely honest, might be a little expensive at that point, but I don't think it's terrible.
Oh, we got no.
We need null.
Yeah.
So Blastar is really here just to dispel. Blastar's here to dispel, basically. You probably still Daemon ult. You probably still Invisible Woman special. You just target because you're going to target to remove debuffs. You could basic with null if you wanted to, but he's already at 127. You're already at the point where you're probably not happy with it. You're not getting speed bar, so Blastar is going to go slow. I mean, he's 127. You're basically 2 characters trying to kill this with some pings. I don't know. I don't love it. I'd rather be a character that went 130. The other option is you just bring in a slower character, right? You need 128, so you can use 129 Invisible Woman to get off. That would be better. 128 stun. 128 stun is Havoc. Am I okay with taking Havoc out of a team like this and still leaving speed bar here? It opens it up to speed up. I don't know. That's kind of rough. It's just kind of expensive. What speed Songbird again? 130? 131? 132? So technically
132.
Songbird can get you off. Songbird, Invisible Woman. That's probably the best one, by the way.
Yeah.
Because you leave Blaster alone, that leaves you a whole nother team. Something like that gets you probably off. It gives you 3 huge nukes and potentially a 4th. Potentially, depending on who dies. You have to Invisible Woman special on Xavier for the trauma ability block. Would I be willing to try that and have a 4 on defense minus Invisible Woman? I'd be scared about my accursed matchup at that point, but at that point, if I'm running into this and running into accursed, I'm probably sacking accursed. In which case, I don't care about Songbird. It also is one-shotting Mephisto or getting very close to one-shotting Mephisto. They're also down a speed stat character, which means if I put F4 on defense, they potentially could be having problems, which is kind of a good problem to have. If we saw that, and I feel a lot better about putting F4 on defense at that point. I kind of like it. I think it would win. I'd be willing to try it. Or we just put Xavier with that. Is that better? If this was not Songbird and this was Xavier, and we were trying to win with this, I feel like this definitely gets it done. But maybe that's expensive. But also putting Xavier on defense potentially just is a challenge for them. And I think that this will win. Even if I have the potential of taking one sack, like I think having the option of having one sack is not unreasonable. Especially if Xavier's on defense and like you're kind of loaded. I kind of think
Yeah,
that's good.
people are very bad also by doing sacks. If they mess up and Professor X specials in the second sack, then you're like again one exhaust down, which is super bad for them.
Like I think this has a really high chance of working. Like you're taking two huge alts and you got Invisible Woman to ability block the Xavier before he goes. There's no one on their team that should be fast enough to, unless this guy gets enough speed stat to get ahead of Xavier, which I'm not sure. I don't know how that functions. Because Mephisto's going to take basically 2 turns, and everybody else is slow as dirt. That might be enough speed to get Fred ahead of that. I think he should be 132 by the time Xavier wants to take his turn, which probably means Fred does go first, I think. But Fred's on special, so he doesn't clear Xavier. And we will have already ulted with the characters that want to ult, so we'll be doing other things like specials, so we won't clear Xavier. Okay, I think we've talked ourselves into it. Which means we do not need Xavier and we do not need Fantastic Four. I haven't decided what kind of Fantastic Four we're looking at, or what kind of Xavier team we're looking at. I think F4 and Xavier coming in here, just because of what they do.
For Xavier, APOC.
Probably. And we just won't have Invisible Woman.
All right. Um,
I still think it's these two for sure, and we bring one more. Thing is obnoxious. Human Torch is offense up. Thing is a super fast stun. It's not the worst, especially if they don't block speed stat. But they should block speed stat. And Thing kind of creates that situation where you have to block speed stat. Human Torch, if they block speed stat, is just more pings. He's not going to do a whole lot. Neither of them do a whole lot. Like, he's really just here for... Also, it's interesting my Thing's missing HP, by the way. What's going on with that?
That's why you're losing.
Yeah, my Thing didn't heal himself.
Yeah, the passive of Invisible Woman is literally not so necessary on defense.
Well,
It's good.
the big thing that Invisible Woman brings is it brings so much overwhelming like initial
Yeah,
damage that you just die, which that
exactly.
might not
Yes.
exist now because only Franklin's here, which is kind of
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah,
But
and that the problem here is that a curse will tank that so much easier.
bring
They will
on a
need to take
curse.
they will they will take Franklin's
Yeah, they're gonna
ult and
tank
then
Franklin's ult and then just kind of go to town. Like a curse just gets it for
yeah,
free, which is
yeah,
bad.
yeah, it's bad.
Which maybe means that F4 needs to be offense. Maybe I need an Emma comp instead. I don't know what the Emma comp looks like. We also don't want to give up null for the safety of Mephisto. We could. I mean, our Mephisto. I mean, there's nothing saying we can't run that Phoenix Force room. We're not using any of those pieces. It takes away our Phoenix Force offense, but it is an option. I mean, if it's there and this is here, I think that's pretty taxing. And I think F4 could potentially be like if I had to deal with F4. The problem is if I had to deal with F4, I need her, which means I have to leave the remaining F4 on offense, and I have to take a inferior F4 matchup, which is a little bad, a lot bad.
Yeah.
What other Xavier rooms can exist without Null and without Emma? It's really not very many. Like Xavier just doesn't have the tools to do it. Like without those are like the two that have to be there.
Xavier, Fantastic Four, Odin.
Yeah, that's not a bad one. I want Odin on offense. I think he's off the table. I
Okay.
think I think I think we want to leave this situation. I think that's a good situation to have this week with what we know. One stupid thing I was thinking about, and I don't know that it's good. With her coming to the game, our Hela now spawns two as guardians, both with taunt. It's kind of an interesting situation.
I had Undying Super Scroll in room 2 in my last round, and they
Yeah.
went with IMX, with was a win in my book.
I mean, potentially Undying, the three-piece Undying, if you take Jug, Kestrel, and Hela, is three taunts. Like, Hela kind of,
Yeah.
if you have the space, she kind of fills that Kingpin role. Probably better than the Kingpin role. But Xavier stops reductions, right? He does it all. Yeah, he stops the
Yes.
reductions too.
Yeah.
Welcome in, mobile gamer. Welcome in, everybody. We are
Oh
over
wow.
here doing some Crucible planning. So, welcome, guys. We are trying to decide how we're going to do Crucible this week. And some of the nasty rooms that we're having to deal with, like room 6. So, if we took out like and I kind of think that's interesting, especially if you brought like a speed block. I think Hella could potentially be a okay room by herself. Like the Undying team is, let's just pretend Kestrel's here, right? Because she's gonna be.
So Kestrel Hela.
Yep. And maybe it's not Iron Man. And this girl's really good too, because in this room, every bleed that's applied to him gets flipped to regen automatically. And maybe this is Kestrel. We'll consider Iron Man Kestrel for now. You need a speed block because you don't want to become food. Ideally, you want the speed block to be one that lets you rewind, but that only one character exists that does that, which is Duck, and it kills that team.
Yeah, it kills the team. Well, if you're going to use Lily in offense, oh no, we're not. But that's something to
Kestrel is
avoid.
not an amazing defense character. She does, I think she just does damage on her ability, if I remember correctly. She is just pure damage. She doesn't like have any like things that go on, which is kind of the downside of her. But the pre taunts are pretty nice. I just don't know if there's a character that like you can hide well enough that it kind of makes it interesting. So her first turn ability is her special, which is Immortal X-Men food. She gets revive once on her first turn. She does piercing damage on primary adjacent. She ignores defense up, which means she hits hard, and she's unavoidable. Other than that, she does none of the other stuff. She does heal on her first turn. During ally turns, if there's a bleed on the target, she pings them back. So she really likes playing with some bleed characters, which... So, Null Symbiotes probably can get it done. Symbiotes won't get speed bar if you block it, which is probably, if a team like this existed, you block it in some form. I just don't know what that block looks like yet, I think. I'm kind of thinking of it as a filler team, though. So you don't want Symbiotes to eat it. So you want to be at least better than that. But this team is tanky. They've gotten really good stats now. So it might be inefficient at least, and that might be the saving grace to keep Symbiotes out, especially at the high end, where everybody's playing for efficiency. And 2 pre-taunts is kind of... And maybe this guy isn't here. Maybe it's just these 3. Maybe. Because Jug's kind of good by himself. And just play the 2 pre-taunts on the Gregs, the rewind, so they'll lose 20% speed bar, and do something like that. The only thing is you need the block, and what comes to mind is bringing Howard the Duck over, which is interesting. Stops the on-spawn speed, but it doesn't really stop Howard. Like, Symbiotes get their speed later. It's more for, like, Britain. If Xavier is stopping... Can you stop Immortal? That's the question. Immortal's not easy to stop. Because Immortal can't be rewound. Britain can. Britain can stop it all. I'm really thinking as like a tier 2 room. I'm not really thinking of it as a tier 1 room, which means it needs to have something good enough to be okay there. I'm just not sure. I do like the Greg idea though, especially because that could mess with some speed stat things, because you have to kill them, especially if you're not blocking. Like, that's a 20% speed bar rewind for your whole team. It
Gregs are
creates an
also
awkward...
villains, right?
What'd you say?
The Gregs are villains.
I believe so. I think they are villains, and they're not Cosmic Protector or anything like that.
Yeah, exactly. Which is
I
great.
think Orcus would lose. I'm not certain on that, but Orcus would at least not be efficient. Orcus kind of puts some bleeds out there, which they automatically flip. Um,
Do you
we'll
know
see.
what? They are actually cosmic.
Oh, are they? So they
Yeah.
wouldn't get the taunt. So Starjammers technically could come into it, but are you upset if Starjammers go into an Undying team?
No, not at
Just...
all. Not at all. But that's fine. It's fun
Oh.
to see. I was looking, what? They're actually cosmic mystic villains.
Oh, they're Brawler though. So Lalander doesn't stop him because it's Cosmic Protector.
Okay,
A
gotcha.
Cursed would.
Okay.
No, Cursed wouldn't because it's not hero. So no, both of them don't work into Greg.
Okay, fantastic.
Greg's HP, he's got a lot of HP, man. Our Greg is tanky these days.
Yeah.
He's got 9 million health and 4 million. So it is possible that they could not kill the Gregs and get off the taunts, but you just saw how hard it is to do some of that stuff. It takes like Songbird and maybe it's Thunderbolts who beats this.
Oh,
That might be who beats this.
I know you want your Odin on offense, but I was thinking something like Zombie Castro,
It's not the worst idea
Hela,
because
Zombie Castro,
Odin.
Hela with Odin and two people more.
So you'd have to do Odin and a fast character probably, right?
Yeah,
Take your
yeah,
Greg
yeah, yeah.
taunts. You need something
Uh-huh.
to trigger Odin, and then Odin's kind of protected behind the Gregs a little bit because of the double taunt.
Yo-Yo, for example.
Yeah, Yo-Yo would work because no one here is a no,
Exactly. Yeah.
no one here is a protector. That's
And
kind of
you will still
cool.
get the taunts. Yeah, that's cool.
You also have the cleanse when Odin takes his turn, which gets rid of all the negative effects that are going to be going on your side. That's kind of cool. What would beat this is the question. Does Insidious beat this?
I
Maybe.
was thinking, yeah, Star Jammers for sure.
Jammers definitely do. I think the two big teams beat it for sure. No problem.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's not even the consideration. Does Immortal beat this? Immortal
No,
doesn't.
no way.
No
I don't
way.
think so. No.
Now
There's no way.
Immortal stops the Greg taunts, right? The on spawn they don't get it, so they'd be straight on Odin.
Yeah,
So they'd be straight on Odin, but
but
Odin
we know how
Odin
this has
swipes.
done. Odin always swipes against Iron Max.
Okay. Insidious only pulls one taunt off on their turn. Does I think he can flip on the second on Hobo Goblin. My Hobo Goblin's way down here. He flips everything. So
What
technically
about
Hobo Goblin could get him
Illuminati?
off. Illuminati doesn't get off the taunt. Shuri has to hit into the Gregs. I don't think they get off the taunt easy. Because who cleanses on the Illuminati team? It's Hank, isn't it? She specials turn one, which doesn't do any of that. Her basic doesn't do any of that. I think it's Hank that Hank and Britain have cleanse. Hank does. Usually he can do either. Clear immunity and slow offense down. He flips. This doesn't cleanse. This is. I don't think this cleanses right. Enemies cannot gain regeneration, and hero allies cannot gain slow. So that part's pretty good, because that would stop like the bleed stuff from flipping. It would just make them disappear. So that part's kind of nice. Clear all positive effects. So this Britain can cleanse a little bit, which is kind of on the slow side. Welcome in, Walking Hate. Welcome, welcome. We are talking Crucible defense, and we are getting wild. We are talking about undying right now. we're getting wild, and this isn't actually a zombie Iron Man. This is a zombie Kestrel. We'll pretend that's zombie Kestrel. So it's not easy to get off the Greg taunts for like generic teams. Yeah, we're thinking about the D a little bit. So
Yeah.
if that's, I mean, that's not easy. I really think it's if Thunderbolts come in here, I don't think Thunderbolts beats Odin ever. I don't think they have a shot. They're too
Oh.
slow. Odin starts swiping and doing things. I think everything about it is just not great. Hey, I appreciate everybody's coming in and hitting the follow button. It is super awesome. It helps the stream grow. So thank you, everybody that's doing that. Is much appreciated. And I hope you guys are all enjoying the defense conversation because it's a weird one. So right now, room 6 is the room we are kind of on the. We think we have a plan on how to beat it. I don't have anything set up, Walking Gate. I'm a dummy. I don't know how to do any of that stuff. I haven't figured out any of it. We are on like day 5 of trying of just starting to do stuff for stream. Like we're not even maybe not even day 5. We'll call it day 2. I felt impressed of getting a Nightbot set up and making a Discord channel. And it didn't even work today. So, yeah. So I'll have to play with some notification stuff. I haven't done any of that. Hey, I really appreciate it, the million. Thanks for coming in. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for coming in and saying hi. So I'm thinking, I really kind of like this team. I think it's tricky. Double taunt is tricky, and I love the yo-yo part because it's offense down 2, which also is going to double stack your bleeds, which does stuff. I have Stream Labs. I have not set up Stream Elements, so maybe I need to look at that one. Stream Labs is, I think, what I'm using, right? The stream. Yeah, that's what I use to stream. The question is, if I'm giving up Odin, am I now upset with having something like this on defense? And is there a better character than Odin to fit the same role? Is there a single character that can single-handedly win a match that's not Odin? The other thing that's kind of crazy about this too is if either of these characters take a turn, they also just safeguard each other. They safeguard the world, right? She puts safeguard on the whole team. Odin puts crazy buffs out. You keep them as far apart as possible to make it difficult for them to deal with. They still have to go through the taunts. It's kind of an awkward team.
I
Offense
think you
down
can.
extends the bleeds.
Yeah.
And Hella's really not here other than to just resummon Greg's and be obnoxious that way. Like, Hella's role in this is like basically nothing. Kestrel is out today, I think, right? Did she come out today?
I think it's tomorrow.
It might be tomorrow. I'm looking. If it is, we'll figure out how we're spending money. Oh. No, it looks like she's tomorrow. She's not on the store today. We're definitely buying Zombie Kestrel. I just don't know how big yet. I haven't figured it out. I want the character. But I kind of like this. What else does Zombie Kestrel do? Does she enable anything on Witch's Kit?
I was looking into kits right now, but enemies with bleed cannot barrier themselves or their allies and cannot gain charged.
If Juggernaut Zombie die, they're currently not an ally. Summon Zombie. So that still works in all game modes. Hmm. Does she get charged? Hmm. Is Zombie Jug that good? He's just another freaking pre-taunt. You could
Yeah,
have 3 pre-taunts for just having her on the field behind Odin. That's kind of crazy. I don't know. I don't know if that's better or not. That's interesting. Is that better than a yo-yo? Yo-yo is kind of better because it enables Odin, I think.
that's the important thing. Yeah, and
I
she's so
think that's
fast.
super important, and she's a and Zombie Jug is a good character by himself. He is just kind of the guy. So she won't have stealth on spawn, but we don't care. Like, we don't really care about Hela. We just care that she's putting pre-taunts out there. She still heals herself. Like, this whole team heals.
Scarlet Witch also summons a Juggernaut, right?
She does summon the Juggernaut, but you have to have Juggernaut, so it only counts
Oh,
then.
okay. Okay.
When this character drops below. So this part won't happen if we don't have Iron Man, which I don't think we care about. Because we're already going to have 2 that auto respawn from Kestrel. She can have up to 3 with Iron Man, but we don't care about that part, I don't think. And the taunt part won't happen. I think we're way more interested in the Kestrel pre-taunt than we are having Iron Man's effect at all.
So worst case scenario, what would be the bad thing? Some kind of caster comp that gets in? Would that be super bad for us?
Kestrel null. So if Kestrel came in here, she blocks the unspawns, right? They just stop the
Yeah.
summons.
Yep.
That's bad. Which is probably the cheapest thing that they can do. Null can come in here and summon his guy and with a bunch of AoE.
Uh-huh.
You still got to do 9 million damage, which is not free, but you can bring a couple characters: Songbird, Invisible Woman, um, F4, probably stuff like that, right?
Yeah. But that looks more expensive on their side than your defense set up.
I agree. I think it's not bad. If you're taking F4 into my Undying Odin team, I think I'm happy.
Yeah,
If you're
exactly.
if
And even
you're
if you're keeping 6 and 5 like that with 1, then you can literally, I think, bring back your curse
I
and
think I know
also
the answer to how to beat it, and it's Kestrel 4-piece Immortal. I think that's how you beat it.
uh,
But I don't think many people figure that part out. Um, if I'm being completely honest, because Kestrel stops the summons, which would stop the taunts. Yo-Yo would still take her turn, which is bad. Oh, maybe Yo-Yo doesn't take her turn. I think the speed bar from I don't think Yo-Yo takes her turn either. What happens is we get the speed bar from our 5%. That gets us ahead of the Yo-Yo. Then you get to stun whoever you want, which you probably stun Yo-Yo, and then you just
you
go to
have to
town on
stun.
Odin. Yeah, then you go
Yeah,
to
yeah.
town on Odin,
But the
and you
placement
kill.
is good. I don't know even if they bring the 4-piece immortal. I really want to see if that is even something that would take it out.
Because what 4-piece Immortal would do is you don't steal the speed, you don't steal the energy at that point. You have to have the 5. So Odin stays on special, and no one assists because you go faster than Yo-Yo, is what happens. You go faster than Yo-Yo, and then everybody else here is like super slow. And you don't. I don't even think you need. I don't even think you need Kestrel because you don't need the stun. I don't think. Maybe you do need the stun for Yo-Yo. No, because you block the speeds. You block the assists. You block the assists, so Immortal just takes this for free. Which maybe that's like the cheap comp. Maybe that's part's bad. You just have to not bring 5.
I think there are only 2 people in this world that break up immortal. It's you and somebody else. Like, not a lot of players do that.
It's the first question that goes through my head when I'm looking at Odin comps. Can I 4-man Immortal in Odin?
Yeah, I know, but that's not normally something that happens.
It's not.
and
Because a
and
lot of people don't
also,
even think about it.
yeah, and also you need to consider that normally players used to think if they can see a clear immortal target, then they say, okay, I will need immortal to clean up my X room or whatever, right? So
Correct.
if you bring up a team that will somehow, yeah, take the obligation to clean up with immortal, then you definitely have a good position where they can't afford to break up immortal for the fifth room, for room 5.
But Immortal's really hard to block out. Like, I'm pretty okay
Yeah,
with Immortal eating this. Like, it also means Immortal can't come. Like, we want Immortal to come in here because Immortal auto loses, but they shouldn't do that. Um, we're pretty okay with this matchup, I think. It also means, like, where did Immortal go last round? I'm curious. Where did he do it as Immortal?
I wouldn't try immortal in that room. I have bad experience always with Odin, so
Yeah,
in
if you
their room,
take Odin's, if you don't, if Odin specials and he doesn't get assist, Immortal's fine. It's when he
yeah.
doesn't have that happen that you have problems. Okay, so he tried to Immortal my cursed room, it didn't go well. I'm not surprised. He sacked it Immortal. And this was a janky room. I don't do this. This was a bad plan. I kind of knew it was a bad plan. I tried it anyways. I just didn't have time that week. to like actually sit down and do stuff. What I like about this room though is if they don't immortal this, like the safeguard stuff can cause a problem, even if it's like gets them on wrong characters.
So can they Blastar that? That's another question that I have. Caster, Blastar, whatever.
Absolutely. Because blast you just basic into the Gregs, get your Blastar stacks, and then AoE. You probably don't even kill the Gregs, which is great, and everybody else is super slow. You can definitely get ahead of the Odin. I absolutely could Blastar this room.
Yeah.
But can you stop Blastar without putting Britain and everything on defense and just auto losing? Like Blastar's taking something.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know,
for sure.
Blastar for a lot of them has been taking my 4. Like people have been doing that to me.
Hmm.
He did that this last time. Well, that's an interesting one. I haven't seen that avatar either. There's a Deadpool
Which one?
one. Jayhawk has a
Yeah.
Deadpool avatar now.
Yeah, it just came out the calendar. I just bought it.
Oh, okay. That one's super cool.
Yeah, it's super cool. So I was like, okay, they're taking my money just with the avatars, which is
I mean, it's cool to see
crazy.
people are interested in it and wanting to buy that. It means that they're going to start doing more stuff like that.
Hmm. Yeah. And the calendar is actually cool because it has gold, it has T4s, training mats. It's not bad.
So he blasted my Annihilator room, which that's fine. And we need a couple like B tier rooms. Like we have to have a couple. We just don't know what they are. The only thing I don't like is we're using Odin, but I don't know that there's a better like single character that can like carry. And we can do dual character. Like it could be two guys that are super good because we don't need Yo-Yo if we don't have Odin. What about Kahori and Miss Marvel? They're kind of a nuisance team themselves. If this is Kahori and Miss Marvel, does Immortal eat this? Probably.
Yeah.
Okay. Immortal
But
just wins. It's not the
that's not
worst
bad.
thing.
No.
And then we still keep our Odin, which we kind of like. What else eats this? You got to get
Obviously,
off it. Thunderbolts? I don't know if Thunderbolts eats it. I feel like Kahori's scary.
Vigilante?
Vigilante coming in here. The hero, mostly heroes. Actually, I think everybody's hero. I think even Witch is hero. So they don't get extra damage. They would get off the taunts on the Sable turn. They'd get the stun. They get speed up. Um, Maybe they have enough damage to do it. I'm not sure on that one. Probably. I mean, Vigilante is very durable, and they're pretty front-loaded on damage. They don't put a lot of bleeds out, so they really don't play into the strengths of Undying. They do. Vigilante does get rewound when they kill stuff, though, and they will eventually kill stuff, which could cause some issues. And I don't. The question is, do they run out of damage? And there's a potential that they run out of damage. Kahori's going to take her 2 turns, which is going to give Miss Marvel stuff, which I believe gives them speed up at that point. Like they're not stopping that. I don't think Vigilante wins. I think Vigilante, and if it does win, it's ugly. I
Yeah.
think it's super ugly. Immortal probably gets it for free. Um, Other things that stop speed bar and that could deal with it. Maybe I don't think Illuminati deals well with it because of the taunts, which is kind of cool. Cabal. What about Cabal? Doesn't stop Kahori, so Kahori gets the nuke twice, which potentially is scary for Cabal if you haven't maxed them. Cabal doesn't really have like a super great cleanse, but they do have the rewinds, but they AoE pretty good and probably set off the Gregs. They don't stop rewinds. I don't think it's great. Cabal Blaster would work. Blaster would work.
They take Cabal Blaster, that's a win.
Yup. I think this is a solid B tier team.
Yeah, if you can make 4 good again, because it's 4 is super obnoxious. If you
So
pick
here's
two
what might make it bad. Damon. Damon might make it bad.
where in 5?
In 5. Because Damon kills Greg, Greg goes and then he double taps and probably murders the room. And he can do it with
But you,
offense up.
yeah, is that cheap? I don't know if that's cheap.
I don't know.
Damon is definitely something that players will start to figure out that that's actually good. If you, and that was also something that makes me really hesitant to put now a comp with minions. Or
Or old characters.
yeah, because
Like,
Damon
like
will
old
double tap.
characters are a problem. Yup.
Exactly. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Now, there might be a size check on the Damons, because you might need a pretty good sized Damon to kill a 9 million health Greg. He probably needs to be 5 or 6, I would guess. He also needs to be big enough that Kohori can't kill him, because I'm pretty certain he's a controller. And Kohori can take 3 turns.
Let me see. Yeah, he's controller.
Does Kohori put bleeds out at all, by the way? She flips positives into negatives. $129, Kohori's whatever super speed. Damon goes, and then probably Zombie Kestrel goes and just gets the nuke at that point. Is there a way for them to get dodges? There's not a lot of ways to give dodges to people. It's mostly Nightcrawler, and Nightcrawler's still not good.
Yeah, yeah.
I wish there was like a good character that put bleeds out super early, but there really isn't. We don't have anything that like exists that screams at me. And Damon has to go into, I believe, barrier. I think they have 30% barrier. Doesn't Witch give 30% barrier? Yeah. It's the self. Oh, maybe it's not the whole team then. Maybe it's in war. Oh, it's in war. Okay, so she only has it on herself. Zombie Kestrel bounces back some of her healing. She heals and heals 20% back.
Yeah.
There's no way to block offense up right now. But offense down would be stellar. Songbird would be really good in this room. I don't want to do it though.
If you take Yo-Yo out, then this could
So
be a better comp in 4, maybe.
if this is in 4, will we? Do we think it beats Vigilante? I mean, if it beats Vigilante, you're probably safe.
Yeah, that's true. Because if you're already taking out Null, if you already took the decision to leave Null on offense, then definitely this Annihilator comp in
Is a
4
lot worse.
it's useless. I did the same thing with Old Man Logan and Shadow King, and
Yeah,
it got totally annihilated. Wasn't good.
he did this. What was my 4? My 4 was this last round. That was the one that Lala was running, the Annihilator Old Man Logan.
Yes.
Which that one wasn't bad. I mean, it still took a pretty healthy, team. And then my round 1, which was my original rooms, I had I think we had we had an Odin comp in there which was trash. I hated that. We had an Annihilator comp in there prior to that, I think.
Yeah, they did on meat. Well, they did Star Jammers, which was a huge efficiency thing for them, but still, it is what it is.
I wonder if the Gregs get revived once. Surely not.
No, no.
Surely not. Like that would be broken.
That would be broken.
That would be freaking broken. But Kahori and Miss Marvel getting revived once is kind of interesting.
They will definitely need to bring in Black Cat. If Vigilante not taking this, then anything bigger than that is already a win for me.
Vigi might get this just because they revive. That's the only thing that would concern me.
Oh
It's
no,
kind of
no,
been the
no. Kahori takes out the revives or not?
not in this mode. She only stops assist, I believe. Maybe she
Uh,
does.
have the revive chance lowered by 100%. Last sentence of Kahori.
Oh, okay. Have the revive chance lowered, and it's not in war. Okay. So Kahori would take the revive chance away from Captain Mustard. Kahori potentially takes the revive chance from another character if someone dies, but that might be a while. But the bigger problem is, so they come in here, Kahori's gonna take 2 turns. Sable takes her turn, which will be at 128, and then it's going to be take away all the buffs, and then it's probably Monkey's gonna stun. If I was her, does my Miss Marvel have taunt at that point? Is my question. I think she does, because I think Kahori having a double tap into Captain Mustard gives her taunt,
Wonder if
right?
she gets the count.
Apply +1 charge up to a chargeable absolute ally. So she's gonna give Miss Marvel taunt, because Miss Marvel gets taunt on any turn as long as there's charged. So what happens here is Monkey has to stun into Miss Marvel. There's no choice, which is fine. But what that does is that means that they can't control her now. Is there any permakill? There is permakill, right? There's the Monkey just makes permakill. It just is
Yeah,
what it is.
Monkey makes it.
And I think the Gregs are immune to it. I'm pretty sure, because they'll be over 100%. Is it in Hellas Kit that says it? Oh, it's not even a revive, it's just a summon. Okay, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So yeah, Gregs are immune to it. They're not gonna die. They just keep reviving. The things that can stop it is like Kestrel. But then you
Yeah.
still have to deal speed bar.
Yeah, if they take a 4-piece VG with Casper, I think that's bad already.
Yeah, that's already gonna be bad. But if you took Kestrel, maybe like Britain, something else. I mean, if I'm pulling a speed bar stop, I'm feeling good. Is where I think I'm at with this. I think I like this team. I don't know what I think of this team right now. We have nobody there. Yeah, don't forget to set your defense, Miss Hyde. And welcome in.
Gonna drop off, Justin, but it was really fun to talk with you.
Hey, it was nice hanging out, Ashanti. We'll talk again.
Yeah, see you.
Have a good one. Well, guys, here's where we're kind of at. I haven't decided what we're doing with some of these rooms, but we're trying to create some scenarios that it's tricky to deal with. And we're trying to use mostly new characters. And what I'm kind of, I think, sold on right now is I like my 3 and I like my 4. 3 is not the best room. The Curse still beats it. Mephisto still beats it. I think that's perfectly fine. What we're doing with those situations is Mephisto's now no longer going into things like Phoenix Force. It's no longer going into your some of your better rooms. We're pulling that out of or they're opening up and they're not bringing Mephisto, in which case my curse is already infinitely better because you didn't take 50% of my Juggernaut's health. That is awesome. The other thing we are doing is we are bringing Emma, which now means you have to either deal with Emma's passive or you have to have characters fast enough to play through it, which is like Fantastic Four or Accursed, which is fine. Those are some of the best teams in the game, and you're pulling it into my mid Accursed team that I'm purposely downgrading to pull Helverine out, who is still a good character. We also still have Speed Bar from Azazel, who doesn't care if we lose an Accursed member, so you have to deal with that. It's limiting how many characters you can take into the match and who you can take, which is what we're trying to do with it. I think it's good enough. We're still taking Starjammers here, which I really like, because we've found a answer to Starjammers that's cheaper. As long as we're overtaxing them, we can kind of do that kind of formula, which I really love. We are not taking Zombie Iron Man here. Don't do that. Please don't. That is Zombie Kestrel. Pretend that is Zombie Kestrel. She is 129. This is going to be kind of an expensive team to deal with. It almost takes Immortal or a Kestrel fast comp of some sort. And I'm not sure what that is yet. A Blastar team. I think it's taxing enough that we're going to be able to get some wins or at least force people to use good stuff on it, which is absolutely what I want people to do. I want to create the situation where you have to use good stuff. Room 6 was the reason I lost my last Crucible. I lost one round. I'm not sure if I'm running this room, but I'm definitely trying to think about how to beat Room 6. I want to have a solution to it if I set my defense so that I don't get in the situation where I got stuck last time. So that's kind of one thing we are thinking about right now. So a couple of things that we've kind of made the decision with our current defense is we are no longer going to run null on defense because we do not want to end up in a situation where we lose to a Mephisto deficit where Mephisto's on defense and I have to take 2 sacks to beat him and they don't because they have more offense than I do. So we're going to take null to offense. The other thing that we are kind of on not certain what we're doing with is kind of the Emma X versus Fantastic Four conversation. We want a speed stat stop one way or another, so we're not sure where that's going yet, which is again that room 6 conversation. I'm probably gonna have 2 more like B tier teams. We're gonna call them teams like this, where it's pretty good characters, but it's not like you can't beat this kind of room because there's just not enough good pieces to do that. But we want to just be taxing so that they still have to use good teams. So like Annihilators kind of meets that conversation. I think this team kind of meets that conversation, and we'll kind of come up with another one of some sort. Probably one the character that could be that guy or start to be that guy is Juggernaut. He is just that good of a character these days. He's a pre-taunt and he's scary by himself. He can practically delete a team if he takes a turn. So those are kind of some things we're thinking about. We do not care if we use our Mephisto somewhere. We're open to that. We're also okay with breaking up our Xavier team here and turning it into multiple rooms. As long as we can come up with something that feels like it's taxing enough for an Xavier to do that. We're also open to Xavier being offense. So that's kind of where we're at right now with Crucible. And I love these kind of conversations. If you guys have ideas or anything like that, please speak up. Tell me what you guys think. I'd love to hear, and we can talk through some of it. So, what I'm thinking right now. And Brimstone, I think, is going to be offense for me. I think I like Daemon. The Brimstone characters that might be available for defense. Actually, I don't think there's many that are going to be available for defense. Black Knight is kind of a character we really don't have a plan for right now, who could play somewhere. And I'm not against Jug and Black Knight playing together. They're kind of a good duo because of, again, the kind of the same conversation we just had with the Undying team, that they create the situation where you are protecting your other three characters that exist, and this guy is kind of a DPS powerhouse by himself. So Black Knight also adding to that deficit is kind of a good thing. He still does damage. You just need to pair him with some good characters. Quasar here is not the worst. Do we need Quasar anywhere? Did we plan for? I don't think we planned for Quasar. We did not. We put Invisible Woman here. We put Songbird. Let's make some of these teams disappear. We don't care about these two. We don't care about that. Clean some of that out. Quasar. Mystic Drain. Did we gain any Mystic characters that are interesting? The um the new guys, the Immortal weapons haven't gone live yet. They're still low stats. They aren't live yet. Any other Mystic characters that we aren't thinking of that we haven't thought of in a while? Not really. Quasar's still there. So if we did something like this, who would I plan to put with these guys? We still have Super Scroll available, which is not a bad character. It's also in this room that stacks debuffs like crazy. Kind of makes Super Scroll go vroom. If Black Cat came in this room, does that... I mean, a Black Cat speed stop team probably can get this done pretty easily, but I like it. I still like it. These guys, are we still... What do we think about Xavier right now? It gets one shot. It's a super expensive room. It's taking like half my good pieces away to make that room. And it's getting beat by some of the... What if this is F4 Xavier? I have bad F4 pieces left if I'm keeping Invisible Woman, which I'm planning to do. If I leave speed stat on the table, what happens? If I leave speed stat on the table, Starjammers just eats it? Is that where we're at? Also stops Mephisto, so you can't leave speed stat on the table. So you can't take M out. Everything bad happens at that point. If sus. Yeah, we're asking weird questions. I'm kind of thinking sus goes here. That leaves us one character to figure out what we're going to do with here. But I don't have an answer for sus. I don't know who the fifth will be in this team. It might be Quasar. In honesty, it's kind of an awkward. It makes it awkward for them. If this is Quasar, then what is this, Immortal food at that point? I mean, we got a couple teams that are Immortal food. Are we upset with that? And I don't feel like I ever need Quasar. Like, he's a good character, but I don't feel like I need him. He does damage. He smacks people. Something like that. And then we probably position better. Don't hate my positioning that I just clicked characters in. And this positioning, we probably do something like this. Kestrel far away. Hell in the middle, so she's getting death proofs and not getting touched. I don't know how to do any of that, walking hate. Why are you hating on me? And I don't even know what you guys want. I mean, I'm happy to do some of that stuff. I'll have to do some figuring out. You want some redeems and things? I got you, bro. Just don't get me DMCA so we can actually monetize the stream and get all that kind of stuff going. I appreciate it. I do appreciate everything because you have some cool shit that goes on your screen. So, I'm all for it. We do need to level up the stream some. We got some work to do. I'm trying to do a little bit each night and add some stuff as we figure it out as we keep going. I kind of like this. Natural fast character, speed bar, blocks Cabal, gives immunity into the room that does yucky debuffs. Oh, that's smart. That's super smart. Well, that's why I just do the MSF music, because that way I don't get in trouble or anything like that, and there's no questions. It's super cool, the guys that play with music and things. I enjoy that kind of stuff. I think it's fun. So, I'm all for that kind of stuff. I just need to figure it out. And I've literally done zero. I spend more time watching you guys do janky stuff and watch you bang your head into the wall in the Blastar trial. Okay. I'd love that, walking hate. So I think something like this is good. If Immortal takes us, right? They just come in here and go to town. Immortal stops the Cosmic Protector. He comes in and stuns probably Quasar. Goes in and just murders everybody down, or probably no stuns Gore, so Quasar might go off maybe. What about if this isn't Quasar? What if this is Helverine? Does he ever have a chance at taking a turn? No. I think the answer is no. Yeah, that was fun. We had a good time. We were hanging out. So you got most of the way there. I think you did pretty well, didn't you? You got like all the way there except for like one node. Yeah, we had a good time. Uh, I think Helverine never gets a turn if this is Immortal. If this is not Immortal, does Helverine get a turn? What do you take in this if this is not Immortal? Old Man Logan, does he get it done? Are you scared of Helverine in this kind of matchup if you try to go in with something else? Fantastic Four probably gets it done. Again, you can't Fantastic Four every single room. It just is what it is. You can't. Um, if you come in here with Starjammers, probably gets it done. If you come in with a Curse, it probably gets it done. But again, you're not Starjammersing my Starjammers. You're not a Cursing my Curse. You're not dealing with any of that stuff like that. It's speed bar problems. Immortal is probably the easiest answer. I also think Immortal probably can do this. Immortal can't do everything. Can Illuminati do this? I don't think Illuminati can do this. I think Halverine's too scary. I don't think they have the damage to kill Halverine. You also have the Thanos problem. Blastar probably gets it done. Where's Blastar going if we fought stuff like this? Blastar goes in either of these rooms. Blastar doesn't go here. Blastar can't go here. Blastar can't go here. Okay. Blastar. But again, that can't be Blastar Mephisto because, well, if this is Blastar Mephisto, what happens? A bajillion buffs. Scroll takes turns. Right? Or no, you do the pact, right? That stops the mythics. Puts exposed on the two mythics, which then stops speed bar, right? Where's the pact? I think it's on his main kit. Enemies with exposed cannot fill speed bar for themselves or allies. Which is not great. So Super Scroll would no longer have speed bar at that point, which maybe that is a reason to have a second speed bar character here, potentially, if we're going that route. What if this isn't Super Scroll? What if this is Cable? If this was Super Scroll Cable, now Halverine's 129. Same thing that happens over here in this room with Azazel. Halverine wants to alt turn one. He doesn't need speed bar or anything like that. He still gets stopped by Immortal, which we aren't trying to stop. It is what it is. Halverine is still scary. Halverine can't be rewound. Halverine still does 300% piercing, flips one positive effect, puts defense down out there. He still does 10% damage to an exposed and another 300%, flips all their positive effects. He doesn't do this. He doesn't ability block the world. He still puts disrupt down, offense down on hero allies, and he still reduces speed bar for mutant villains. And he murders people impermanently. On top of that, he cannot be rewound. And I guess the question with something like that, do I need them with the Annihilators? Maybe the Annihilators aren't the right protection for him, because the Annihilators, he doesn't need speed bar, right? He's protecting against Cabal is not really doing anything. What it is doing is Thanos is still scary. It could be other tanks than this. We don't have to run Annihilators here because we don't care. It could be different tanks here. I'd love somebody that puts out like early debuffs, but maybe doesn't matter. Gore's 129. Gore's still kind of interesting because Gore gets up in that speed range that's kind of stupid, especially with 5%, which is kind of interesting. And Gore still is like kind of dumb. He puts that defense down out there, like he makes Halverine hurt, right? And he's faster than Halverine. What do I got selected? Mystic, go away. Still comes in, does all this stuff. So he strips. He doesn't. So that's not so good. We'd rather have defense down. Early defense down that's faster than Helverine is what? Is there a character that does that? Not faster than Helverine. Same speed as Helverine. Isn't a bad character, but he's Cosmic Mystic. Not great. Also messes up my Thunderbolts counter, which I tend to use quite a bit these days. The Thunderbolts team has kind of gotten better. This dude I don't have a home for, but he might be my offense character. What speed are you? 119 slower than Helverine. We don't like that. Peggy's faster than Helverine, but I don't think she does anything. Not really. Yo-Yo's faster than Helverine, which is not the worst, but also not the best. Slower than Helverine. Is an interesting character, but I've been using him on offense. Also could potentially open up Daemon. The reason this character is interesting is because he still gives speed up to a random ally. Giving speed up to a random ally and putting slow out is a very interesting problem to have to deal with, especially when there's a Helverine on the other side. It's tempting. Put slow out there, but he's dirt squishy and probably enables Daemon. Not great. Waste of resources. We're still gonna call that a waste of resources? I'm still upset about that one. Mistakes were made. I even lost when I did that. I'm not seeing a great character that's available that kind of enables Helverine to be better. Unless it's like Night Stalkers, maybe, but I don't know. I don't want to do that. 120. Kind of does enable things, but he's kind of so important. Slow offense down. Speed up, potentially. Um, is faster. 125, gets 5%. Puts stun on tech and mutant, but that just screams Immortal me, but maybe that's fine. Do we want to bait Immortal into this? With that other room existing? Is baiting Immortal in here bad? Villain, villain, hero. Villain. We're gonna put it in here and we're just gonna think about it for a little bit. If it's even got an easy solution. Um, best tank for this, if something like this exists. So, if I was gonna beat this, Helverine and can I beat this without a speed bar? Stop. 129. Night Stalkers. Night Stalkers might beat this. You're ridiculous. I'm not reading that one. So, Night Stalkers, Blade ults. Blade comes in, whacks all my characters. That's not great. Puts blind out there, puts defense down. My next girl comes in, does stuff. They're all faster. Um, ain't great. Nothing about that's good. I don't like it. I think this is overthought. Alts, specials, specials. What about Mr. King? If this was King, say King and Speed Up opens up Insidious to this, which probably isn't ideal. Do we have a fast speed bar or a fast alting character that enables this team at all? This guy. You can now target Helverine with no taunt. All of these characters are on the fast side. You're in the 130 range. You're well into the 130 range because 129 plus 12.4, we'll call it. That puts them in like the 140 range, which is starting to get into that you need speed up range. This is kind of ugly. Keeps Night Stalkers out probably for sure. Because what's going to happen is it's going to be Quasar Tactical Nukes your Man Thing into Shadow King Tactical Nukes your Man Thing into you now lost speed stat. Helverine might go next, potentially. What about Vigilante coming in here? Vigilante, way too slow, probably. Quasar Tactical nukes your Captain Mustard. Shadow King nukes your Captain Mustard. Helverine eats your team. Too slow. Cabal. Kang special is probably on Helverine. That's where I would put it. They get speed up. They go to town. Probably gets it done. I don't think it's good enough. Maybe we just let Immortal have it. Throw Nolan or throw Sus in here too. I'm not sure. We also have this room we still got to do something with, which I'm not sure what. Which we were pretty happy with this room. Like, it beat F4. It's not a bad room. It's beat F4. It beat F4. I mean, that's solid. It's got double taunts. We had offense down. We had Shadow King getting to go faster. Super Scroll went to town. Which I thought was impressive. think I'm overthinking this. I think we're keeping the bad F4 for offense. Or we're just keeping F4 for offense in general. I think that's where we're at. Kind of with what we got going on. I think F4 is offense. I think we're keeping this for this week. Because this isn't a guarantee is what we found out from King Sheets. Because I guess he had it lose on his count, but I had the guy win. So it really depends on who gets targeted. So it's not a clean matchup. So it is what it is. I think we're doing like a curse team, and I think what I'm thinking is these two. I think we're putting Annihilators there. I think we're putting Helverine and Cable over here. Maybe this is the worst version, and maybe Cable needs to play with the Annihilators. Maybe. So nobody's fast here. So Ken gets 5% on spawn. He's 132. Call it 132. I don't remember. $130. Do we have a character playable that can go above 130? Probably not. So what does that take Jug to? Jug's slow, I know that. 112 plus 5%, he gets 11. That takes him to 123. 123 and some change. Or sorry, not that's wrong. It's 7, 6, 6.5. So we'll just call it 117. Still really slow. I don't love this. I do like this. It makes Sus go vroom. Sus rewinding could potentially be the reason that it kind of has some success. Too many heroes, though. Maybe this does need to be Shadow King. And if this is Shadow King, then you just run a fast character. Which is why Songbird worked out so good. Freaking Songbird. Why are you wanted everywhere? Putting Songbird on defense also means I don't have Thunderbolts. Do I need Thunderbolts? I don't think we ended up that crazy, but I kind of like what we got going on. I kind of want this character a little bit, but I don't know if we need him. If we versed a Cursed, and it was 5-piece, we don't have an Accursed to go into it with. We do have a Fantastic Four duo, which is more than enough if we had to use them. We get to keep Odin for offense. We get to keep Null for offense. I still feel like we're stacked, which is kind of the good feeling. Old Man Logan. Do we need Old Man Logan? Is Old Man Logan capable of playing in this room? I think he can. And Old Man Logan might be better in this room. Fast alting character. It's really what you need here is a fast alting character. Blade. Kinda needed. Quasar. Songbird's just better in this scenario. Storm is a special. Villain, 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 hero. None of the screams amazing, other than Songbird, who we've tried to use in like 5 different places now, as we've made defenses because of what they do. Specials. Is my fastest character available Blade, which is 120? He's too slow for really what this room needs to do without Songbird. Is that kind of where we're at? What if this is a if I brought a speed up character in here, can Insidious beat this? Super Scroll in here? Probably not, which means Vulture can't play, which means that we can play a character like that. We can play a character like Big Time here. The bad thing about playing a character like Big Time is, one, I lose the speed up character, which is not great. 2, he's one of my strip characters if I have to get through a pre-taunt, like, which we are seeing pre-taunts like all over the place. But we do have these 2 characters, and I don't always have them. Maybe this is fine. That gives me the hero effect, villain villain. Also gives you that super fast alt for Super Scroll to kind of go vroom. Which then lets Shadow King go vroom. Doesn't get quite the debuffs of like a Songbird out there, which is a little bad. But it does give the offense up, or the speed up. Is there anyone else we're more happy with? What if this is Old Man Logan instead of Super Scroll? Because what does happen in this room is this guy puts bleed out, which enables this speed stat. Also gives this guy speed bar. Also, this guy gets speed bar when he gets bonked, which we probably put him behind Black Knight. Maybe. Or maybe we put him behind Jug. Because if Black Knight lived, we'd be more happy. This dude be a raider. I don't hate that. I don't hate this. Actually, I do hate this. The reason I hate this is you need sus. Sus needs to be here for one reason. To stop the speed up steal. Because taking Insidious into sus is scary. I think he is the character that has to be here. Then we're back to this scenario. Can Cabal do this? This guy is not going first. Ken goes first. Cabal comes in here. That means Patriot's not going into other things, though. Also means they're not using Leader Accursed, which is also a big deal. Is this Cabal bait, which is probably okay? Because Kang steals the speed up, I'm pretty certain. Go away. On turn, he fills speed bar for 5% for self and all allies, which is 130, which gets him ahead of... No, it doesn't. I believe he goes first. Because it's on turn. He's got speed up on immediately. My speed up character should go first before he gets his thing stolen. Which then fills his speed bar. I don't know the interaction. I don't know who goes first. He should have speed up. He should go before Kang. Because he's at like 160 filling speed bar. Kang's at like, we'll call him 135. Well, he's maybe a little bit more than that, but you get the idea. We'll call him 138. This guy's like 170. So he should go first. Then he steals his speed up after he takes his turn, which is fine. At that point, he fills this guy's speed bar by 15%. He should be fairly close that he should jump Kang before Kang gets his turn. Right? Or is Kang on spawn speed bar too, speed up too? Actually, Kang might still go first. Kang still goes first. Because he gives speed up to himself. Crap. And maybe I'm overthinking it. Because people are just not doing Cabal for the most part. They're using them as a blast our friend. Can Cabal do this? I think they can. Pretty sure they can. Can Immortal do this? Absolutely. But Immortal can also do this room, and Immortal can also do this room, and Immortal are going to be able to do this room. So is that big of a deal? And I'm still thinking Helverine might be the guy. Exactly. I mean, that's the point. It's to make them make decisions. The problem I think with this room right now is I think Cabal can eat it, but I also don't have a traditional Blastar like option for them. So that means Blastar's taking one of these three rooms also. Blaster's going to take one of these rooms. I think Immortal's going to take one of these rooms, and then that just leaves one room for them to deal with, which isn't a lot of thought, which I don't love. Because we're running 3 speed stop rooms, Immortal's kind of getting kicked that way. Blaster's also kind of getting kicked that way, and there's nothing I can do about it because I'm keeping Britain. What about Cabal on defense? Is that dumb? Cabal on defense kind of usually just gets caballed by itself. That's usually what people end up doing. And I usually need like an elevate character to do that, and I really don't have elevate characters left because we did this room. This room's super expensive. If we don't do this room, I think really what it's coming down to is I want speed bar in this room ideally, or at least a character that is like scary enough, and I'm really not seeing like that option, especially if like Immortal and Blast are coming to play. Like if these are Immortal and Blastar, like I think I really like how this room plays out. This room, and I guess the question: can Insidious do any of these rooms? Can Insidious come in here? And I think the answer is no. They can steal the speed up from this guy, put slow out there, but this that makes him go vroom. Give you Thunderstrike or give you death? Do you need Phoenix with this room? So Phoenix is the big thing that she offers to this team is if she's in here, then they can't get Trauma Safeguard, which is pretty nice. It also enables like Fred to degen stuff. She's also potentially a revive going on for Fred if they kill her accidentally early. I don't know, if I'm being completely honest. I think so, but I don't know, because I don't think Fred gets the speed without Phoenix. So, I think these. I wanted to see the speed stat. I think speed stat for Fred still ticks up without Phoenix, I think. I've never thought about taking Fred and Phoenix and throwing them apart because of Phoenix isn't that good of a character by herself. He does this still without Phoenix. The transfer is only with Phoenix alive. Safeguard still happens for himself. He still taunts without Phoenix. He still gains speed stat without Phoenix. He still lowers armor without Phoenix. He does not do the trauma if Phoenix is there. His special, he fills their speed bar, but that doesn't happen. So if Phoenix wasn't here, what would go here instead? What would make this team better if Phoenix wasn't there? I mean, because the trauma safeguard is pretty nice, but I don't think it's super. The teams that come in here, I don't think care. Let's just say she wasn't here. What she does do, does she just still give stats to Xavier? I think she still gives stats. Where's Phoenix? There she is. Oh, she does give she gives Xavier more health. She gives Xavier more health, and she gives the stun immunity. That's probably the biggest thing, and she taunts Mephisto. Yeah, I think Phoenix is pretty important because dealing with that taunt's kind of really obnoxious. Dealing with that taunt's really obnoxious. The defense up's pretty important because Mephisto getting stopped doesn't you don't have defense up then. Oh no, you do from Emma. Emma still gives you defense up. I think the big thing is the stun. Like not having Fred stun sounds really bad. Is there something better if you don't have Fred stun? I don't know. That's a question. If she wasn't here, what would you put here instead, and would you feel good about it? Now this guy can die, and he's not scary if he comes back. He just dies. It is what it is. He still ticks damage. He still has a scary special. He's kind of mid on the speed part. Speed bar's not on the table. I wonder if basic Emma's here, or APOC. Like, what if APOC was here, giving even more stats to him? How freaking dumb is this? I'm just asking dumb questions. He gets even more stats to Xavier. Fred did not require his full team to stop it. Which is kind of interesting. Enemies can have their max health increase through passives. You're getting increased max health, which is going to make this tick even harder. Which is going to heal him even more. Because you have Mephisto and APOC giving max health. He can be stunned. He can have stun and trauma put on him now. But does that matter when you have an Xavier you have to deal with also? Having to control both these characters sounds horrible. This feels hard to deal with. So the team we were talking about killing that team with when Phoenix was still there was this. The very last one. Songbird to get off the taunt. Daemon to tactical nuke him for a lot of damage. Songbird to get off the taunt so that we could actually target who we want to target, which is Xavier, and then Invisible Woman with special on Xavier, and hopefully at that point, Xavier's dead. Is hopefully the plan, and then Null takes a turn. Was kind of what we were thinking. Does APOC change? APOC really doesn't change anything in that. The other matchup that we've heard that's working is Emma Fantastic Four. They're coming in and doing that with them, which it would change that matchup. It becomes a lot uglier then. Because Emma Fantastic Four no longer gets ahead of the Xavier completely like they want to. Also, that team does not stun Fred. Might kill Fred. That'd be interesting on that. This team probably does better into the APOC like we have now because Daemon potentially just kills. I don't know. I think we're gonna watch and see what people do around. Does APOC make it better into the Accursed? I don't think so. APOC really kind of is not good into the Accursed. I think we still leave it Phoenix. Because that stun immunity is kind of clutch. Also, Phoenix being available doesn't really help anything, and Phoenix still gives HP just like APOC does. It's APOC gives damage, and damage isn't the reason you win a match. It's health on that one. It's if you survive and you get to take a turn. Who would help here? Old Man Logan Cable? What about my Doom? Would Doom be an interesting character in this scenario? Kinda. Makes it kind of scary. What if it was this? I have a scary Doom. Doom has just enough HP that he's kind of a nuisance if you don't one-shot him. And most people don't. And the final character, I think, is Helverine. Once I figure out where he is. The bad part about a comp like this, and maybe what we should do is cut one character for 5% speed bar. I don't know who it is because Gore's kind of nice for the speed and how he engages. Maybe it's Gore. Gore's also not a bad character for 4 if we need him. Because I don't think we care about the Annihilator effect for having 3. Because of how this team functions. I mean, I guess we do for the Doom. But if I want to Cabal this, am I upset? I don't think I am. This feels kind of on the cheap side. It also is kicking their Iron Patriot out of their Blastar comp. Something like this. Accidentally push Doom, I still get speed bar. I'm getting speed bar on spawn, which isn't stopped by Cabal. Helverine potentially still gets to go faster than a lot of characters. If you accidentally push, I'm pretty certain my Helverine goes for the ride. We'll double check that, but I'm pretty certain he does. Helverine is 980. There's no way Thanos is that even close to that. 760. So Helverine goes for the ride. If they push. Cable's G19, so who gives a crap what his damage is? There's no way he's going. If Helverine goes for the ride, you lose. Do we move Doom over? I mean, you got to go through the pre-taunt. What do you do to go through the pre-taunt? I mean, the cheap way to go through the pre-taunt is APOC or Ares, right? APOC or Ares into Kahori or Big Time Spider-Man. Big Time Spider-Man potentially just kills Doom. Kahori doesn't kill Doom, but at that point, maybe you're Blastaring this team. If you're Blastaring this team, am I upset? I think the answer is absolutely no. I'm absolutely excited if you Blastar this team. Is there any world where I'm upset Blastar winning this? I don't think so. Because I think these are infinitely better teams. Immortal can take either one of these, I think. I don't think there's anything I can do about it. So it is what it is. Immortal just gets what it wants. It eats good. This is 3 hero, 4 hero, 5 hero. Can 5 hero go into... Can Insidious do that team? Is what I still think the answer is no. Even if they go super fast, because I think that bad things happen. Because they have no permakills. Yes, they can. I'm aware that they can use Emma on 6, and it is what it is. There's people doing that one, and they're doing the my opponent did a full curse team into it. But the question becomes, is there even an Xavier comp that they can't one shot of some sort? And I don't think there is. I think Xavier loses no matter what. It's a matter of, is it losing to Daemon or is it losing to F4 Emma? If it's losing to F4 Emma, I'm feeling pretty good about it, right? Because that means they're no longer using F4 into things like this. It's I don't think there's a way to protect that. The only thought that you kind of can come up with is maybe you take Emma out, or you take Phoenix out and put Emma here, or put APOC here. But I think that just opens up other things that are a problem that don't really solve anything. If you take Xavier out of here, or you build a different Xavier comp, you're now giving up your Null, which I think having Null on offense is kind of really important right now. I think he's important for me trying to one-shot it without using Xavier, or using something like that, or using F4. Because what this does do for me with this kind of setup is I have Null available, I have Odin available, I have Fantastic Four available, we have Britain available, we've got Immortal, we've got Cabal, we've got Blastar. We do not have Shadow King for the Accursed matchup, which could be a little bit of a headache if we have to deal with that. But we do have other good characters that I think will still be okay. We do lose the Emma for, like, if we had to do a shenanigans here. I think we can beat this with the Daemon comp. That's my theory craft right now, which is kind of what I'm coming to the conclusion of. And we've got some cooks for this, and we've got some cooks for this as far as what's going on. This is going to be Zombie Kestrel. So that will be Zombie Kestrel, so there will be 2 Gregs in this room, which should mean that there's 2 Pretons on top of what's going on here. And we'll see how that goes. We've also got another cook for this room, possibly. Your Immortal is better with Cabal, or with Cable, but Cable also is the only defensive 5% speed available, which means that you now need speed bar in this room, speed bar in this room, speed bar in this room, speed bar in this room to deal with in my rooms. But you can still Cabal or kill most things with Beast. Beast is still great. Beast is even better in some situations. Cable sometimes gets you faster, which is nice because you can rewind everybody and get more turns and get more stacks. But Beast sometimes makes the difference because you can heal your characters back up and get more points that way. So I'm not upset putting Cable on defense. Is kind of where I'm at with it. And kind of the big things we've got going on is potentially this might be the Immortal trap. This just pulls Immortal in here and they get it for free. That's fine. And then we got these rooms that are all speed bar problems, so that they have to deal with speed bar times too many. It's kind of what we're trying to do. Hopefully is a strong enough defense without setting F4 on defense that pulls stuff. And I think we have plans to deal with if we see a Cursed and Starjammers. We have plans to deal with F4 if we see it. Where we might run into problems is if we see too much of it, but then in which case we're both struggling and it is what it is, right? It's kind of where we're at. I don't know. I kind of like it. I think we're going to try it, and we'll see how it performs. The only question I guess I have is Helverine. Do I want him in like a center position? I think I like it like this, because if they come in, Beast not having ult turn 1 makes him garbage, IMO. He's so fast that his initial heals. It sometimes is. There are situations where he does do some decent healing. I have had Beast actually be better than Cable. He's not always better than Cable. But like when Immortal goes into old Fred's, right? So we'll use that for an example. Fred ticks you every 2% every turn. That Beast heal was actually better than Cable there in that scenario. So there are scenarios where I do like Beast better. Or like when you'd go into the cleanup for Xavier and you take mind control hits every time you took a turn. Beast being able to heal on his second turn was actually pretty clutch because it made the team much more durable. So there are scenarios where I do use Beast. I would prefer if I could G20 Cable and Beast, but I don't have enough mutant gear for that. I think I like this. What do you guys think? Do you think these rooms look tricky enough, or are you pretty? Are they interesting to you, or do you think they're just kind of runovers? The accursed one's probably the biggest like curveball question mark. Is it going to just get accursed? Is it going to have an easy solution that because it's a 4-piece? Is it just going to bait Mephisto? Did I pull enough threat into these rooms that we're going to pull apart the Blastar team that everybody likes using with the Mephisto and the Patriot? We'll see. We also blocked them out of this room, which is kind of nice. I think this room and this room at least create enough of a problem between Fantastic Four and Accursed. This room might get mirrored, which is fine. It's not super efficient. And then that if this gets mirrored, he's one less speed bar, and the same thing here. If he accursed here, he's still got 3 speed bar rooms he's got to come deal with. If he comes in and does that kind of stuff. If he F4s this, accursed this, Starjammers this, he's now got Immortal, Cabal, maybe Illuminati. If he's got all of his speed bars on offense, right? Which is not guaranteed. Then he's got to come in and deal with those. I think he can deal with some of these, but I don't think he can deal with all of them. Not with those teams. Illuminati or Immortal can take either one of them, but I don't think Cabal and Illuminati take either of them. I don't think Illuminati takes this. Maybe Illuminati can take this one. It's not pretty, but I think they can do it. Maybe Jug might kill them. I'm not sure. Illuminati, I don't think has any shot in this room at all. And Cabal probably can win this room. I think that's how it's going to function. And I'm tempted to put this guy as a healer, and so he can cleanse the stuff, but I don't know if it's a bad idea. I haven't decided. I think I like Raider. If Cabal goes here, can Cabal beat this? Kahori pings twice into one of the controllers. There's 2 pre-taunts on the way. I don't think so. They get rewound. I think eventually one of these rooms they struggle with, if they had full offense. That's saying they have no speed stops at all, and everything was perfect. And that means I'm kind of walking over them too. And that's if they have everything. I mean, they have to literally have everything. They have to have Starjammers, they have to have a Curse, they have to have Fantastic Four, they have to have all of their speed stops. You're going to struggle somewhere because not everybody. How often do you run into somebody that runs 100% speed stops on offense? All right, let's look at ISOs. Raider, Raider, Striker, Striker, Raider. That seems fine. On this team, we run Healer, Doom because that gives them more HP. Also, if he ults, he cleanses everybody of all their stuff. We don't care about blocking speed stat or speed bar because Cable still gets speed bar even if Cabal comes in here, so we don't care. This guy doesn't have any speed bar other than the on-spawn speed. It could stop potentially the Doom play, but that's fine. We don't care. If you're trying to take it out with Doom, I think that's okay. Because I could put the Annihilator back in here, but I really don't think Gore helps that much. He does re-safeguard this guy if they don't get off the taunt right away, but whatever plan they do should get him off the taunt. So I think that's fine. I'm okay with it. Let's look at ISOs here. Because I'm sure this is bad. Let's do Raider Kahori, because she's first. I think we're going to do Striker Kestrel. Actually, I think we're going to do Raider Kestrel. Raider Kestrel, Raider Raider, Striker Striker seems fine. Something like that. Accursed. If we're thinking we're getting mirrors and things, I usually like Fortifier Jug because of the extra HP, but we're gonna do Fortifier Jug for the extra HP. Though he has Drain already. Yeah, we're gonna do Fortifier Jug. And we're gonna put Hood behind. Actually, we're gonna put this girl behind. Because we want these guys to stay alive as long as possible. Hood goes in, Azazel goes in the middle. Like that. Satana's the most important character, followed by Azazel. Hood's the most squishy because I'm missing a diamond. But it doesn't matter. Jug's the person that's going to die. We'll put Hood in the middle. We'll make her a striker in case she gets to take a turn. Because if they do get to do stuff, then there should be striker hits. Fortifier. Raider, 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 Striker. Seems fine. All Striker. Striker, 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 Striker. Okay, that's what we're going to run. We'll see how this goes. The other option that we have that could potentially do something is one, put Gore back, if this doesn't work well. The other option would be put Quasar in here as a 129 fast character. Old Man Logan's okay. I don't think Quasar is good enough, though. Let's see here. I think this is fine. Alright, well, we got that done. Do you guys want to go check out the Immortal weapon kits? I haven't looked at them yet, and I'm very curious on it. I haven't had a chance to take a look at them. I hope they're kind of cool. Let's go to display capture, and I think I have it open. Characters. No. All missions. Marvel Strike Force. There we go. Weapons of choice. Oh, that's not it. There we go. See if I can make this big enough to where you guys can see it. Looks like you can see it there. Let's not read any of this stuff. Did we get it? Or is it not here? It's October 27th. What's in here? Oh, do we have to watch the video for it? It's the Envoy stuff. They didn't get it today? Okay. Well, let's go watch the Envoy video then, guys. I saw a mobile gamer had one, I think. Full kits for the Immortal.
All right, we're going to go over the full Immortal weapon kits. I also got to say, if you have...
So we're going to jump around a little bit, so I apologize. I'm going to try to look at passives first, then their first turn ability, and then we'll look at the rest of it. So same thing. Let's kind of just look at... it looks like that might be how mobile's reading it, so that's awesome.
Hassle right now
I like when people do that.
They just had a Mystic team, right? Let's go down to the passive. There's some good things on this. On Spine.
On Spawn, apply immunity for 2 turns, self and all Immortal weapon allies. So they have on Spawn immunity. They have an in-rate attack, which is generates ability energy, blah, blah, blah. When one or more enemies with offense down is attacked, attack the primary target of that attack for 5% of the target's max health. It's kind of good. And that's not team-based. That's very important. It's not team-based to anything right now. So offense down. So that makes like Songbird super good. What speed was she? She was 128. That's very playable. For each Immortal weapon or Thunderbolt ally, gain 10% crit chance, 5% crit damage. If this character has 3 or more Immortal weapon allies, reduce crit chance of all enemies by 100%. That's a really good line, by the way. We needed a character that did this because Daemon exists. The Brimstone team may not be able to go into this team, by the way. They may just auto-lose. Enemies can have their speed stat increased except by positive effects. That is Emma X, by the way. Again, stops the Brimstone team.
For 2 turns itself on
That does not work with the Thunderbolt team.
In raids, generate 4. Each immortal crits the with her. So that is very powerful. Apply offense up to self, all immortal weapon, and Thunderbolt.
Okay, so she's alt first. Applies offense up to self, immortal weapons, and Thunderbolt allies. She goes second on the Thunderbolt team. Songbird goes first, she goes second. So that's not amazing. Attack primary adjacent for 350. Clear all charged on the primary target. Clear all charged. That's any mode too. Interesting. That could be really good against is there a speed stat team that has charged that needs to be dealt with? Not really. The charge character that comes to mind is like Miss Marvel, but she's speed bar, not speed stat, or at least that team is. Oh, there is speed stat on that team. Maybe they can beat that team. Maybe this might be able to beat Alpha Flight. Or not Alpha Flight, Absolute A-Force.
Thunderbolt allies. Also, I want to put this out there. If it said Thunderbolts, oh come on, that would have been so much better. That's what would have added value to that would be offense down for 2 turns.
Apply 1 random negative effect to primary and secondary targets. If this attack crits, apply slow and offense down and defense down. That's really good. That's really good. I wonder what it takes to get her 100% crit. Does it take the immortal weapon? It probably does take the immortal weapon team. She's going to have like 50% without off the team, which isn't amazing. Can't be dodged or blocked. That's good.
Defense down for 2 turns to primary adjacent targets. Gain extra focus, cannot be dodged or blocked. Great. Again, crit. You're going to want to have rate.
Attack primary adjacent for 250% damage. Flip all positive effects and the negative effects. Apply offense down. So they gave her Hobo Goblins special. That's really good. And extends the duration. This character's good. And she's 128. She's faster than Hobo Goblin.
On her disappearing trick, attack primary and adjacent target 3 to max.
She's not going to be a very good war defense character because she's Mystic, but she's going to be an offense character for sure. She might be playable on the Thunderbolts. We'll see. I don't have high hopes for the Thunderbolts, but that's fine. On 300% on crit, she applies offense down. So her basic kind of stinks because she's not going to ISO attack.
This is tragedy on primary. This would be more. All right, let's get to Swordmaster. The final.
Super slow. He's 120. We knew he was going to be slow. We expected the Thunderbolts team and the Mighty Avengers team to be super slow. They are. Let's keep going.
Fantasy character, in my opinion.
The Mighty Avengers team, I don't even remember their speeds. They're slow. I know Hercules is 126. I think Falcon is 124. Don't quote me on that. He might be 122. Vision and Scarlet Witch are even slower, and so is Invisible Woman. I think he's going to replace Invisible Woman, but don't quote me on that. We'll see.
120, 128 is.
And right now, with the characters we've seen with the Immortal Weapons team, Lady Bullseye is going first. This guy's going second. No, he's tied for second, which ain't great.
Still, ultimate enemies cannot gain 5%. Fine.
Okay, so this is passive. On spawn, apply safeguard self and all mortal weapon allies. Again, not mode tied. That's great. Or Bride of Nine Spiders. Yeah, I expected them to do Bride of Nine Spiders. Like that's like a staple for that team. It's kind of weird that they chose to not do her. I do like that they did Lady Bullseye, but it does feel like a little odd for this team. When enemy with defense down is attacked, 50% chance to generate 1 ability energy for self and all immortal weapon allies. Heal self and all immortal weapon allies. 50% chance sucks. Why do we have a 50% chance thing that just has a chance of failing? It is cool for like the defense side for you can get your energy and get ahead, but that seems really not good. Lower armor by 25% chance with enemies with stun. Like that seems like such a bad line. Like we have 100% armor reduction with Omega Red Phoenix Force and we barely use it. And now we have a 25% chance with these guys. Like it might as well just say this is not piercing, but it's piercing. Because piercing's 50% armor bypass. 25% armor is not even piercing.
In raids, lower immortal weapon ultimate Omni Slash.
This is his first ability. This is the one he'd probably push first if he's on defense. Clear all barrier, which is great. Apply stun to the primary target. Apply defense down for 3 turns, which is ridiculous. You're never taking 3 turns in PvP, so who cares? Bonus attack 3 times for 100% piercing, so he does 600% piercing. That's a lot of piercing.
Clear all barrier. Three times for piercing.
On kill, apply stun to adjacent targets. This cannot be blocked or dodged.
And range attack, they add more immortal.
If this character has 3 or more immortal or mighty Avenger allies, okay, so he does reduce the immunity safeguard, which is not that big of a deal. Attack all enemies for 30% piercing, apply +2 defense down, apply trauma for 2 turns, heal block for 2 turns. This team has a lot of debuffs. Cannot be blocked, counterattacked, or dodged.
So that's positive. But it's gonna.
So is he faster than Invisible Woman? And he controls the stun. Invisible Woman, you can't control the stun and where it goes, which is kind of the benefit of this guy. Where's my Invisible Woman? Here she is. No, she's faster. Do you take Vision out? If it's not Mystic, maybe? Where's Vision? Do you still degen without Vision? Yes? I think you don't lose much when you take Vision out. Vision might be the worst character. Interesting. But he's slower than all of like the Mighty Avengers team. That's kind of nuts.
Happen at the 120 speed part of the match. So we'll have to see how that plays.
But that's kind of okay, because if he's slower than everybody, what happens is Falcon hits his special and then he goes. It's just he goes right immediately after Falcon takes his turn, does a lot of damage, then Falcon comes in and cleans up.
Plays in the real world, it might be a little bit late, but we all know how important save vigilante enemies for 2 turns. Minimum of 3, so that's gonna basics.
Attack primary, piercing, defense down. Vigilante doesn't, they don't have a lot of defense down, so that makes this guy kind of. I think this guy is going to see play on that team if we break it up, but I don't know if a Immortal Weapon gets broken up. It feels like a team that's pretty decent so far. We'll see what the last guy. The last guy is going to make or break the team. Like he's the one I'm most interested in by a long shot. He's the person we don't know. Oh no, he's 107. Oh no, guys, this isn't good.
Oh, actually.
Just kidding. This team might be dead on arrival. On a Mortal Weapon ally turn, gain assist now. So he assists on his turn, so we need to know his basic. We'll get to there. When one or more enemies with slow is attacked, reduce primary target's attack speed. Primary target of that attack speed bar by 5%. So he reduces the speed bar. 5% is like knocking off 6% speed stat every time somebody assists. When one or more enemies with slow is attacked. So we have to take a turn for that to really play into effect. We're still going second. What's the rest of it say? If this character has 3 or more Immortal Weapon allies, cannot have their speed bar reduced. cannot have their speed bar reduced. This character cannot gain vulnerable. That's in raids though. He doesn't have his ult first, he has a special first. Yeah, and then Vision rewinds. But if it's not Mystics, which Mighty Avengers does fight non-Mystic teams, he might be the replacement for Vision. Vision might still be better into Mystic teams, but most part people kind of wall out Mystic teams outside of like the Accursed matchup. Like they just don't do it. So I could fully see him playing. This team I thought was looking really great until I saw this guy's kit. I want to see a special first.
Steel Strike.
Come back. I want to go to special. Then we'll come back to the rest. So we're special.
Yeah, that's a step. Apply primary target, maximum 3, fence down and slow. On a basic chain. All right.
Okay, so here's a special. This is this guy's turn 1 ability. Attack primary adjacent targets for 300% piercing. Flip all positive effects into negative effects. Apply slow. So we have two full buff flips for this team on Lady Bullseye and this guy. This guy does it on turn 1. Lady Bullseye wants to do it on turn 2 on defense. That's kind of scary. That's kind of interesting. This guy's just super slow. Because Lady Bullseye is the only one that like does damage. And I don't think they put an early slow out.
Primary target, let's see. Down to the updated.
Nope. Let's go back. Let's read the alt. The alt, transfer all positive effects from Iron Fist ally to self. This is a second of turn ability. This attack gains 10% damage per positive effect and self, 10% damage per negative effect on primary target. On kill applies 3 slow to all enemies. There's not a guarantee you're ever getting this turn. Actually, I'd probably assume you never do. If you do, you probably have lost.
And what was mentioned.
Where's the basic?
Attack. Apply.
Attack primary adjacent targets for 300% piercing. Flip all positive effects and negative effects. Apply slow. So on anyone's turn, he's applying slow because he assists. As long as assists are on the table. So Lady Bullseye applies slow on her first turn. And it chains its primary adjacent, so he's going to hit more than one person. So you're going to want to not target people in the corner if you can avoid it. This team does not like tanks. This team does not like immunity. 5% speed bar really doesn't make this team go any faster. Because war characters are fast. They just are. I don't think this is a good defense team at all. Maybe it's a good offense team. Now, something we can do that we aren't really talking about on this team, because I think he stops speed bar, but he doesn't stop it on their side right. I think Chavez still works. Where's the passive mobile? Can either speed bar increase except by 100 by positive effects?
If you 5-7, didn't know it. Let's go to the all positive effects. Damage per positive. It's got a duration of all. Yeah, about.
That's Lady Bullseye. That's not the one I want.
Increase, if you will. Yeah, it was a poet didn't know it. What's ultimate 5-7 talks about speed increased, if you will. Yeah, it was a poet didn't know it. Let's go to the fill, if you will. Yeah, it was a poet didn't know it. Let's go to the fill, if you will. Yeah, it was a poet didn't know it. Let's go to the.
Can I have their speed bar reduced so they can still have speed bar fill? Speed bar fill on 2 of those characters, so you can speed bar fill Lady Bullseye and speed bar fill I don't know if you speed bar fill the other guy, or if it's probably Iron Fist. It might be Iron Fist. It might be World War II Iron Fist, actually. It might be who you speed bar fill. Because I think World War II Iron Fist has an okay ability. I think. If he did it. He specials first. Extends positive effects, which is okay. Oh, and he ults first, which is a stun. It's okay. Iron Fist specials first, which they've redone his ability, but it still was like defense up and stuff. I don't think it's a terrible team. I don't think it's a good team either, though. I think Lady Bullseye is like the winning character by a long shot. Lady Bullseye is like the character that's going to be good and find play everywhere because she's 128. The last guy sucks. They made his kit like super. He's the raid character. He's the guy that makes the team function in raids. You're super stoked about the Iron Fist rework. You love him, and he's kicked so much ass in the back of the day. Yeah, Iron Fist did do work. I'm just a little worried that because this team's so slow that it's not going to get the opportunity to do what it wants to do. It's not going to get to really kind of kick butt. Because Iron Fist, they made him slightly faster, but he's still really slow. He's like I think he's like 112 or something like that, 113, which isn't great. 113's okay. Yeah, 113. He's not going to ult turn 1 unless you get enough energy somewhere, but it's only a 50% chance, which isn't great. So he's not going to ult turn 1. The cool thing about this team is you have to deal with immunity, and immunity is not easy to deal with. There's only a couple characters that really deal with immunity well, and one of them is Havoc. Havoc might be how you deal with this team because enemies with barrier cannot gain immunity, and this team gives barrier because they're going to have it from World War II. World War II on spawn barrier self and all invader allies. I believe they gave him the Immortal tag there. Let me double check. Let's find World War II real quick. Oh, we can actually go in game or go here.
Let's see. Clear all barrier on all enemies. Fantastic. Clear.
We can go here and we can see World War II. I believe he still gives the barrier on spawn. I'm pretty sure. World War II. It looks like he may not actually give them barrier. If he doesn't give barrier, that means Havoc doesn't. Yeah, which means they didn't give him the Immortal weapon tag there. It looks like. We'll see, but if the Immortal weapon tag did not give him barrier, then Havoc cannot stop it. The only character that can stop, there's two characters that can stop it at that point. We have Mysterio, who requires Insidious 6, which may function in that mode, because they can get speed bar. So Insidious 6 might eat it. The other one is, it might not be Insidious, it might be Sinister 6, but that's still okay because Sinister 6 is still an important team in places. The other character is Shadow King with the Awakened passive. Yeah, besides adding the Immortal tag. So we'll see. World War II is still a good character. And the fact that there's 3 characters that heal on this team, it's got potential. They're also stopping crit chance. They're also stopping... they've also got defense up, immunity safeguard. That makes them very durable. And we've also got healing out of turn. There's a good chance this team's very good. The other thing that's going on with this team that's interesting is this team puts slow out there. That's one thing Mephisto doesn't do. Mephisto might be very good with them. Yeah, they have 80% damage reduction, which is kind of crazy. It's not 80%. It's less than that. It's still a lot though. It's 45%. The way you get to 80% is defense up, which they do not have on spawn. They have it on their first turn ability from Iron Fist, I believe. I believe it's Iron Fist that does it, which is here. It's on his special, which I believe is his first turn. Inner Peace, he degens their debuffs. He heals them for 30%, gains defense up. So they are able to, they're a little susceptible. So they basically only have defense up on spawn. So they start 45 and go to 80. Correct. Correct. Which is still really good. I mean, it still makes them very difficult to kill because you can't get crits. And you can't get bleeds. And you can't get defense down. So it's still strong. They wall out a lot of things. And a lot of the teams they've been printing, like, this might be a spot where Mephisto might be able to play, because Fantastic Four might just run out of steam against them. They might survive Fantastic Four's damage, stop their speed stat enough that they get to eventually take turns, and Mephisto is protected because Mephisto can sit with them. Yeah, but they'll have charges initially, because he gets charges based on his members, right? He has his friends. It's his passive. So on his passive, he gains +1 charge per immortal ally up to a maximum of 5. So if you play with four piece, right? You leave one empty slot, which is very reasonable. I don't think it's Lady Bullseye you pull out. It's probably the Swordmaster, was my guess who you take out of this team, because he's kind of lame. And he's kind of okay for the Mighty Avengers team. I think he's actually way better for the Mighty Avengers team. And you take him out of here. You throw in you pull it in like Mephisto or something like that. You are pretty tanky. You also are kind of walling out the speed stat guy that wants to make Mephisto not do things. I don't know how Franklin interacts with it, because Franklin's going to go first in silence, but I believe since there's no, I believe Iron Fist will just cleanse it as long as they don't die, which we don't know yet. He degens everything with the special. So there's a chance that Iron Fist can just deal with it, potentially. It might force Invisible Woman to have to special, which is ability blocks. But even then, you have things like other Iron Fist who can heal, and maybe Swordmaster is important at that point. I don't know. Those are questions we need to figure out and answer, but there might be a world where Mephisto's safe in this room, which Mephisto's really not safe in war right now on defense. He's kind of just unprotectable, which a lot of times forces people to either put him on defense or at least bait F4 teams into him, which is kind of cool. There's the other world of the Chavez might be really good in this room, potentially. Getting them a little bit faster so they kind of get rolling. I don't think that Chavez is going to be good enough, because Lady Bullseye first turn is good, but I don't think it's so good that it's going to like change matchups. Even with slow out there, like, because she's going to just smear everybody in D-Bus. But I don't think it's enough to win. Maybe it is with offense down, because offense down is huge. If you put, you have your 50% up, you have your immunity, you have your safeguard, and you put offense down out there, they're going to tickle you. And then you kind of get rolling. It's an interesting team for sure. The problem is, it doesn't play like that for everybody, because we don't max them day one, and a non-max team going against the max team just kind of gets run over when it goes second. That's kind of the problem with this team, which it is what it is. I'll be curious to see if we have like a situation where some Iron Fist, we can build like a pseudo team in the meantime. Yeah. Oh yeah, they can't get offense up either, so that's important. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. The team that comes to mind that might have a chance against it's like Insidious 6. But I don't know that they can deal with the immunity. That might keep them away from it. They probably can't deal with the immunity. Shadow King can probably play into them, but then you have to bring a team that's able to do enough damage to kind of get in there. It's probably a character that has heal block, which I don't know who like has a smear heal block that works. Maybe Vigilante, maybe Silver Sable. I think hers is a heal block, right? She's heal block disrupted. Heal block disrupted. So and she degens. This might be the character that beats them pretty routinely. That's who comes to mind. Yeah, Scorpion can do it on his ult, but he's so slow. Sable is not so slow, and Sable's tied with Lady Bullseye, which is kind of a big deal. But I don't think Lady Bullseye is that concerning to the Vigilante team, because they have immunity too. I think Vigilante probably is the team that beats them. I think, just off basic thinking. There might be a situation where Chavez walls out Vigilante, which is interesting. If you can wall out Vigilante and you can wall out Fantastic Four with this team, Mephisto's going to play with them. I just don't know if Mephisto can do that, if it's going to be a good enough team to do that. It feels like it might be because of how this team functions. And this team getting extra stats from Mephisto is kind of a big deal too, because this team is all about stats. The better your stats are, the better you heal, the better you take damage, the better everything happens. Mephisto gives tons of armor and stuff. I have high hopes for Mephisto with this team right now. It's kind of my impression so far. But there might be a world where Mephisto still gets run over. And if Mephisto still gets run over, that's kind of a problem. But I would say, as a whole, I'm excited for this team. I think it looks interesting. I think it's different than what we've had in the past. So that's cool. You know, and I'm still wondering what they're doing with this character, by the way. This character's in the Versus Orb for some reason, and it doesn't make any sense. She's a part of no team. Where is she going? Is she still in the Versus Orb after they updated the shops? I think she's in here for no reason. Oh, they took her out. Interesting. She was in this orb. I think this character has a rework coming, by the way. It may not be this patch, but maybe next patch or the patch after. I think she's getting a rework. Oh, we need to check for Iron Fist. I still need a diamond on him. You freaking jerks. We got Luke Cage. Not today. I don't know how I'm spinning down the rest of this stuff. I don't need polka dots. I guess we'll grab that. I need to keep spinning this down. We got 12 days. I got to get down to 0. I'm tempted to buy some shards. Might start buying Spider-Man just to get him to 6 because we're close. Just because I need to get this total down. We'll keep refreshing a little. Oh, Mutant Gear is great. We buy that. Spider-Man, sure. That helps. Oh, that helps a lot. Now we're starting to feel a little better. Nope. We'll take Spider-Man. This is the opposite side of the skill pieces that we have an abundance of. I guess this is okay. We'll do it. It's fine. Zombie Kestrel tomorrow. Daemon's disappearing. I'm pretty excited for Zombie Kestrel. I think she's going to be a pretty good character. And she looks cool. See, I don't do that at all, Luca. I do not buy character shards like at all. The only reason I'm buying character shards now outside of Daemon is just for the just if we're close to a star. I like gear tier 20 way more than I want character shards. And the reason for that is overpowered. Character shards do not turn off overpowered. G20 does. I think that is the only reason that, like, I have G20 every new character as soon as they come out. I already planned for collecting the gear. I'm already sitting on enough pieces for pretty much any team that, as long as I know what's coming, we can do it. You're missing 2 and 3 diamond on Undying, so Kestrel's going to be rock. Yeah, exactly. I think I'm missing, my Undying isn't quite that nice. It's close. So here's mine. I'm missing 1 diamond on Jug. Zombie Witch is basically unavailable. And Iron Man, I don't care. Hell is done. I'll get the diamond on Zug as soon as we get dark diamonds in any form. I think I need like 200. And then he's done. That's fair. 7 stars first for you. And that's fair. I know a lot of people do that. You're not the only one. Yeah, so I verse G20 like always, so they go max always. Like Iron Fist is a tank, he's going to G20. This guy's a healer, he needs to live. This whole team, like this team, the Iron Fist team as a whole, is not going to function without Gear Tier 20 as a whole. Oh, you're 1970, so you're not far off from me. You seem to be doing okay, so that's good. I'm 2050, so yeah, you might find a little Gear Tier 20 versus me, but that's about it. Yeah, where am I? 140 right now at 2040. So you're doing something right. It's just, it's preference. And also, it could be how you buy characters and things too, if you do or don't. If you don't buy characters, then that plays into it also. Um, and character shards have value. Yeah, I'm not that big. I think I'm 250. I think I'm 250, but I'm kind of a weird 250 because I don't have old characters. I'm mostly new characters. Like for right now, I have everybody maxed except for Hellfire and the newest team, Hellfire and Brimstone. I just took Daemon to max. I skipped. Oh, I guess Insidious. So I'm the 3 new teams usually is where I'm kind of behind. But a lot of my characters I don't have like the old stuff. I didn't level Nico Minoru. I didn't level Shang-Chi. I didn't play with this stuff. I didn't play with Dad Bros. What else is in here? Ultron. Not super high. We're actually almost out of G15 characters. That's crazy. We didn't have a super high Infinity Watch. It's another one. Wakanda. Or a Masters of Evil. Stuff like that. So I'm not like crazy built, but like all of like the new meta stuff, I'm there. I'm only missing a couple teams. Like if we go in the squads, we don't have we didn't do Mordo. We didn't do some of the Thunderbolts members, which we might consider doing Hyperion when the Thunderbolts get their update. I'd probably consider that. We didn't do Electra because she's 4 pieces. Didn't do War Machine 4 pieces. We didn't do Mighty Avengers because we hate that team. We didn't do we did part of the Immortal X-Men, but we just recently did that. We didn't do the bad members of Absolute A-Force. We recently went back and did Astral, but for the most part, we didn't go and do like all these guys. But for the most part, that's kind of where we're at. When we do all these new teams, though, we just do them all. It seems like it plays better that way, and it's kind of how they're wanting us to play. And it seems like we have the resources for it so far, from what I've seen. With the what I'm buying. So that's kind of how I've been treating it. It seems to be being good enough to play into it. I don't know what it's trying to give me, but whatever. I'll get it later. But yeah, I kind of like this. I think we're happy with this setup. I'll be curious when they turn Iron Fist on. Hopefully they turn Iron Fist on here in the near future. Maybe next week. Probably next week. I bet we get the first character If we're getting Kestrel tomorrow, Wednesday, that should mean we have the next character next Friday, most likely, which means the Iron Fist team should turn on like Tuesday, probably. And I don't know if the Iron Fist team is going to be playable as 3. Probably not. They probably need at least 2 characters. Hopefully they give us Lady Bullseye first, because she's the best like first character, but I bet you they give us the sword guy. Sword Master's who I'm guessing we get first, and that's fine. He's just the least exciting to me. Are we done with raids? We are. Good deal. Well, this has been a lot of fun, guys. What else? We don't really have anything going on right now. We did this, but I really don't want to do any more of it. We did it yesterday for a while. Yes, Kestrel is 100% usable at 2-star. 100%. Especially on the Undying team. The Undying team doesn't even need her right now. They are so good. Like, the Undying team annihilates stuff. A big Kestrel probably doesn't even play with the Undying team. She's that good of a character by herself. They probably split up. Zombie Scarlet Witch probably does her own thing because of what she does. Probably it's 4-piece Undying still, just no Witch. Like, the Undying team is crazy. And I don't know what it's going to open up when we get Kestrel, but her kit is absolutely fabulous. So we'll see. Especially when the battlefield effect. Like, because her battlefield effect is super good. On this character ally's turn, that character gains +2 deflect. Enemies cannot passive assist. This character, so Zombie Kestrel is going to counter the new Iron Fist team. I'm gonna say it right now. That line right there counters the new Iron Fist team. This character and all eyes gain 10% damage up to a max of 50% per enemy with exposed. Guess what? That also works on the Iron Fist team. Battlefield effects cannot be cleared, replaced by another battlefield effect, lasts 14 turns. Means Mephisto also doesn't get his battlefield effect up, most likely. Actually, Mephisto might. He might be the exception. Odin won't. So that's interesting. So overall, very, very good character. Just off based on seeing that little bit. Yeah, that's a big deal. This is a damage increase that's basically not available that stacks with offense up, which is basically replaces the fact that they ban offense up. The zombies might be the situation to answer that new team coming out. It's kind of funny. You give us the character and then give us a solution to solve. Because this is Undying. You know, it's not my favorite way that they do this, but this guy also flips taunt and immunity. What you'd have to bring with them is you don't need Witch. Witch doesn't really solve anything on that team. You need APOC. APOC to stop the safeguard. Zombie Jug goes in there, twirls on their face. He has speed up, which they do not stop, and he flips all their stuff. And then Zombie Kestrel takes her turn with speed up, and guess what? They're now doing turbo damage. And there you go. It's probably over from there. You put the ability block. I don't know who the ability block goes on. If it goes on World War II. We're talking about the new Iron Fist team, Ashanti, or Ashbringer, and welcome in. The new Iron Fist team, I'm pretty certain, just gets run over by zombies. Like, this team is so good, and Zombie Kestrel kind of enables it. I still think the Iron Fist team's got potential, though, guys. I think it's going to be a good team. Like, if it pulls the zombie team, like, that's not the end of the world. That's still a really good pull. That means you're not putting that into something way bad, way worse. So if that's the case, that's a good defense team. We'll see. But I do think that she may be important. Welcome in SPGH SB1. Welcome in. I appreciate you all coming in here. What is the new team used for? Is it another? So this new team is going to be a Mystic Raid team. Are going to be a replacement for Night Stalkers is its primary goal, but it is also a war team. It is kind of on the slow side like Astral is, and so it is going to be interesting. And right now we know that it's going to have both the Iron Fists, and it's going to have 3 new characters. It's going to have Lady Bullseye, it's going to have Swordmaster, which I don't know anything about, and Iron Serpent, I believe, are the 3 characters. It's basically an Iron Fist team. And it looks like it's going to be a really good team. It's really defensive. Yeah, it is what it is, and it's mostly Mystic characters. We don't know if it all uses Mystic gear. Lady Bullseye might use something, or there might be a little bit else. This guy uses skill gear. This guy used Mystic gear. So start claiming your Mystic gear. You're gonna need it. Swordmaster is Lindley and currently 616 Iron Fist. Okay, so fair enough. So yeah, this team is like all Iron Fists. It's gonna be a fun team, I think. It's just not going to be like an over the top team. I think it's going to have some uses in different forms, especially with like Lady Bullseye's the character. You're going to max Lady Bullseye to the moon. That's the good character in the team. Lady Bullseye's the best. So Iron Serpent's probably second, and I'd put Swordmaster third as the new characters. I think Swordmaster's the worst character. I think Iron Serpent's close to it just as bad though. Lady Bullseye might be that character that's like pretty over the top. She does a lot of good things. Just because she can play with Songbird, she can be that early slow down thing with Iron Serpent, with the assist. Like she does some pretty cool stuff that I think people are gonna kind of see as an option. She does percent damage, which is really good when things get higher health. Um, she has a she has the Hobo Goblin buff flip, which is great, and it's on turn 1 if you want to use it if you're playing offense. And when I talk about Hobo Goblin's buff flip, I'm talking about this. Flips all positive effects to negative effects on each target. That is really good. She has that effect. It doesn't repeat 3 times, which is fine, but it still does this. So that is really awesome. So overall, I'm excited for Lady Bullseye. I expect her to be character 3 of the release, so get ready for that. Probably gonna start saving cores for her. I don't see any other character that I'd be wanting to core. I would also assume, hey, what's going on, JD? Welcome in, welcome in. So I think overall she's going to be great. I think she's the character you're going to core the most for. I think that's the character you're going to. It should be also probably the character that they rotate out the raid. So you're going to require to have her. The raid will shift down all one peg, and then you'll have them at the very end, like we do now with Insidious. Same situation, I would assume. And also, I assume the bonus nodes rotate. We'll see how that functions. That'll be interesting. I assume the bonus nodes will then be the new characters, which we'll have to see how that plays out. I am hoping that this team is capable of housing Mephisto, though. That would be really cool for this team if it works, and we don't know it does. Just because of what Mephisto does, because Mephisto aura gives armor, damage, focus, resistance, max health. Like the big one is armor. Them getting more armor is just more durability, especially with scaling, defense or damage resistance. He's the character I hope works in there. It's going to really depend if Fantastic Four can beat them. I'm hope with them releasing it, I'm hoping Fantastic Four loses. I also don't like the Fantastic Four team, so I'm all for the Fantastic Four team losing. I don't like those kind of characters when they design it this way, where it's just turn 1, do tons of damage. Thank you all for the follows. I really do appreciate it. I appreciate everybody that kind of came over here, and I don't know where you came from, but I appreciate it. You all kind of popped in at the same time, so thank you. You know, it's gonna be exciting when we get this guy. I hope he gets a new costume. I kind of hope he gets a little update, something a little fancy. You know, he just kind of feels tired to me, but maybe he doesn't need it. Maybe this is just traditional Iron Fist. I just hope he gets a little, you know, a little more modernization, kind of like how Punisher got. Where's Punisher? You know, Punisher didn't get a big costume change. He just kind of got like an updated model that felt like better. I know this is like more the movie version of him, but compared to like this one, like they don't feel that different. The big thing that feels different is the model feels so much cleaner, and that's what I really like about it. Like overall, it just felt like an updated character. Versus this felt very tired and old. You know, I'd love to see them do that same thing to like Iron Fist. Because this guy's model is actually pretty cool. Like he's got an awesome looking character. Got a cool looking helmet. You know, he's overall got the little flippy thing going on. Like overall looks good. Got a lot of detail going on. This guy, kind of boring. Gave him the really small bandana, which I'd like to see them, you know, make that way more of an emphasis. I think they could give him some more detail and make him kind of pop. You know, doesn't he get the glowing chest tattoo when he's like doing his stuff? Like that could be cool if his, you know, did some of that kind of stuff. Yeah, this is Danny Rand. This is the original one, I believe. I think it even says. Oh no, it doesn't even say it. He's got like zero description. So, you know, hopefully they do a little something for him that makes him cool. You know, they haven't done a costume in a while. I think the last one they did was Punisher, right? No one else has really gotten a costume lately. They did, by the way, guys, if you haven't noticed, when they updated the shops, they updated the costume store too. That was kind of cool. Ragnarok guy came available. I bought them all, by the way. After they talked about the thing, I went and picked up all these because I had tons of it, of this currency, and just grabbed all these costumes in case they do decide that costumes are going to stack stats. I want to be ready. Because they've been giving us costume credits like crazy. Just in case. I'm just kind of getting ready for it in case that actually was a thing. Yeah, in case they want to add stats, like I don't really care about any of these costumes. There's not really any I want right now. I just buy them all. And they keep giving us costume credits, so why not? I had like 200k, so I was like, well, just buy them all again. Seems fine. Even though most of these costumes are ugly. Because that might be how they like make some of these characters again. Like, I would love an updated Gamora. This character is so awesome, but we haven't had that. You know, a new stats magic. That sounds awesome, right? But can you imagine a new stats magic to go with Fred and Phoenix? Like that would be awesome. Well, do you guys have any questions or anything going on that you guys want to talk about? We kind of talked about the Iron Fist team a little bit. We kind of went through some Crucible defense. War's not ended yet. I need to do war defense, but I'm not going to do that today. Too much thinking. We did do this, so you guys are welcome to check that out. We put a lot of thought into this, and so hopefully it's going to pull some wins or at least tax some people on efficiency. I think we kept enough tools for offense, so we're feeling pretty good. I think we have an answer to Xavier for the most part, and we also have an answer to Accursed and Starjammers, while still keeping, you know, some of our favorite tools. We kept Odin, we kept Null, we kept some of that kind of stuff. APOC. We are taxing them to speed bar across the rooms as best we can. This is not Iron Man, by the way. This will be Zombie Kestrel, just so everybody knows. We will not have Zombie Iron Man on defense. That is a terrible character, at least in Crucible. But that's kind of what we're thinking right now. And Zombie Kestrel is a pre-taunt in her own right. She is a different kind of pre-taunt. She's more like Kingpin. We're definitely excited for Zombie Kestrel tomorrow. If you're not, you should be. She is looking to be a fabulous character in all game modes. Maybe not Arena, but Arena is really locked out right now. Like, you can't bring like most characters there, so it is what it is. So, pretty cool. If you guys haven't, I'd really appreciate if you guys followed the channel. We're trying to stream a little bit more often. We're trying to keep it growing. We're gonna definitely stream Crucible this weekend. We might stream. We might do the Blastar thing again. I haven't decided. I think right now we're sitting pretty high. We did at the time it was a top 10 run, but I didn't finish it, so I'm probably not there anymore. We'll see what we did. I don't know where we're at. We're 44, so we're sitting up there. This was a 9-node run max packs, and I didn't kill the last node. Oh, King Sheet's up there with 991, but it looks like he turned stuff off. So he did slightly better than me. So I don't know. A lot of people are clearing it with full packs on, and they're getting it done. We might try some more of that stuff later. But yeah. Oh, you want to see it? I'll show you, Cheeto. I have no problem sharing it. It'll be in the VODs too if you guys want to go back and watch it. Ashanti and I were both in here chatting about it for quite a while. We kind of went back and forth, both on like topics on how to beat stuff and kind of how to deal with and how we were setting stuff and why we were doing what we were doing. It was a conversation across the board because we had things like originally we talked about Fantastic Four in Room 6. We talked about Fantastic Four for offense. How do we kill a room like this? What do you do? Which there are things you can do, like Emma in Fantastic Four, Accursed. There are options. We also talked about speed bar manipulation and some of that kind of stuff. So this is not Zombie Kestrel. This is not Zombie Iron Man. This will be Zombie Kestrel. So just be ready for that. That is the whole idea around this room is Zombie Kestrel. So don't put Zombie Iron Man in there and think it's gonna work. It won't. Zombie Kestrel gives hella 2 pre-taunting Gregs that have to be dealt with, and it makes for an interesting room because of that. Because now they have to get through that. It's still there's things that beats it, like Immortal X-Men. But Immortal X-Men beat a lot of things. We kept like Illuminati. We kept a lot of pieces on offense. But I think this is a nice middle ground. We're gonna give it a shot and see how it does. Hopefully, it's gonna draw some attention and do well. We've got speed bar going on in 5. We got speed bar going on in 4. We got speed bar going on in 3. We got speed bar going on in 2. Speed stops are in 1, 3, and 6. So hopefully it's going to do some stuff. We kept Fantastic Four. We kept Null. We kept Old Man Logan. We kept Immortal, Cabal, Blastar. So we still got some pieces. Hopefully it's going to do something. So I hope you guys like it when we do that kind of stuff and kind of talk through it, try to come up with a solution to some of this stuff, and do some just a cooler defense. We talked about Fred for offense for a little bit. If you guys ever have questions, please ask. Please follow the channel if you haven't done that. Let's go find you guys somewhere to go raid off to. You guys can keep collecting drops. I'm gonna call it an evening. Looks like we got Diamond Dave doing stuff. Let's go hang out with Diamond Dave. We'll go hang out with Diamond Dave. He's always fun. See what he's got to say. Yeah, I think we're gonna call it a night, guys. Unless you guys got something we want to talk about. But I'm thinking it's kind of gonna be the end. We've been going for 4.5 hours. It's 7 o'clock now. It's dinner time. I think we'll go hang out in Diamond Dave's chat. You guys have a wonderful night. I appreciate everybody coming in. If you haven't yet, follow the channel. I really appreciate it. It helps us grow the channel and get us going. I'll see you guys next time.